Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Had to check the time there. It is 12:05, so I was right on the money. It is go time. Well, not quite go time, but it is go time here for us at Shadyside for Carolina Gold. And we are bringing you small tire radial racing action all day, along with bracket racing and our pro and super pro. I got a couple of things to go through here. One thing I want to talk about first and foremost, Radial Tire Racers Association merch. The merch trailer is open, so if you want to remember your time spent here at Carolina Gold, go down there and grab yourself some merch up there near the concessions. Concessions are also open. You can follow your nose down there to the smell of funnel cakes and fried Oreos, or you can head over there to get yourself a bologna sandwich. The world is your oyster, as they say. The choice is yours. I think that Shadyside has the best culinary experience of any racetrack that you're going to find here in the Carolinas by far. And that means they got good food here. Now let's talk about racing. Lil Gangstas, all the 530 competitors, Lil Gangstas on the property. If you lose in the first round, you have the option to jump in with the no time 275 class, but it's going to cost you an additional $200. So if you're not happy with your performance and you're a first round loser, and we are not having a losers bracket Lil Gangstas class here today, but you have the opportunity to jump in with 28 275 and take the reins off, or maybe you just want to get some more test runs in. So that is an option for all you Lil Gangstas racers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out to Carolina Gold, the second annual running of it here at Shadyside Dragway, presented by Hoosier Tires. If you can hear the sound of my voice, but it might be faint, or you want to play it through your FM radio, 94.3 is the track's radio station. Once again, it's 94.3 on your FM dial. If you got a radio inside the trailer, you can turn it on. That way you won't miss any of the announcements. Another way you can keep tabs, other than listening to me yell at you through a speaker, you pull out your phone, download the WhatsApp app, and scan the code down at there's a QR code over at the tech trailer. That'll put you in the WhatsApp group. We're making all of our calls to lanes on there in addition to my voice. And on there, you'll be able to find all the pairings of the ladders for shootouts, the chip draw results for Lil Gangstas, No Time 275, as well as 630 Street Racer. All those lane pairings and etc. will be found in the WhatsApp. So even if you are not a participating racer, if you want to keep tabs as you spectate here today, you can do so via the WhatsApp. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Let's get this party started. I'll take Pro. Pro Racers lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Pro Racers lanes 1 and 2 for pairing. Let's go. ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear the sound of my voice, we're going to start some racing action here. We got drivers getting in the cars, getting suited up. Got water going in the water box, which means we're going to start our pro bracket racing action, which is going to be followed up by our super pro entries. These are going to be one and go, meaning they're going to get one time trial here today. And they're going to come right back around, and they're going to be right in the mix. So they get a chance to figure out what their cars are going to run. They're going to figure out their dial, go back, think about it, write it on the window, and go out and try to run that number all day long. I'm explaining to you how bracket racing works. You guys already know this. The trick is, a lot of these racers were here last night, and if you guys came out here yesterday, you weren't dressed the same the way you guys are today. It's about 20, 25 degrees cooler today than it was yesterday. So all the numbers and the data that they got from last night essentially is irrelevant to what they're going to have today for conditions. And that goes for all of our racers. That's going to throw a huge curveball in all of our 530 racers, those little gangsters. Here we go, kicking off racing action with our pro category. Again, these are time trials. These are not eliminations quite yet. And our first pair is going to be Noble Evans in the right-hand side in the Fox body, taking on Alan Farrote in the left side. Farrote in the wagon, Evans in the Fox body. These are both racers that were out here last night. Ran until about almost, well, wee hours of the morning today. Evan's going to tickle the light red in the right-hand side of the track. He's going to go 674. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Farrote goes 646 at 105. Right-hand side of the racetrack, that's Jason Campbell, and I believe that is a Pontiac Grand Prix. Squinting, trying to read the grill. I don't think that's a Monte Carlo. He's taking on Jordan Philbeck on the left-hand side, late model Silverado. Campbell going to get there first, goes 757 with an O at 90 mile an hour, and Philbeck 1100 with 14 at 64.8. Lined up on the left side is Will McNair in the Fox body. Right-hand side is taking on Randy Huffman in the late model Challenger 1320 edition. I believe that's a Super B. Huffman doing a little bit of a stumble off the line there. He's going to watch McNair go 755 with a 2 at 90 mile an hour. Huffman goes 778 at 90. And back up once again. Last night, the Highlander, the right-hand side. It's the only one on the property because there can be only one Highlander. I don't know why there's way less people laughing at that than there should be. Norman Powell in the Highlander is going to face off against Franklin Keene in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Keene in the green Thunderbird. Highlander goes red, but he gets to watch Keene on the left-hand side. Thunderbird goes through 911 at 80 miles an hour. Right-hand side for the Highlander, Norman Powell goes 10:58.67. Robbie Philbeck playing double duty 5 days a week. This is a work truck, and then he comes out here and races it on the weekends. The Lawn Doctor F-150, the right-hand side of Philbeck, is going to be taking on Dustin Kennedy on the left side. I guess I shouldn't say taking out. They're not competing. We're just out here. We're just trying to figure it out. So everybody's just running their own race. But it is fun to play. Philbeck goes red on the right-hand side as Kennedy is going to go 7:22 with an 8 at 95. And the lawn truck going to go 11:41 at 59. Big blue Monte Carlo on the right-hand side of the racetrack of Corey Dickerson. Gorgeous car. Takes on Emmett Knight in the S10 pick-em-up truck, left-hand side. Emmett was another one of our racers out here last night, putting in laps. And Knight goes through 6:57 with a 6 at 104 for the S10. And Dickerson in the big Monte Carlo goes 7:33 at 93 miles an hour. Final top and all. Dustin Cash, right-hand side of the racetrack in the Fox body, is going to face off against Sarah St. Clair, the left side, the S10. Sinclair, left-hand side of the racetrack in the S10, goes 020 on the light. She's going to go through at 8:00:15 at 86 miles an hour. Dustin Cash, right-hand side, goes 6:95 at 98 miles an hour. Max Cash Jr., the right-hand side of the racetrack in the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Taking on Cameron Stevens on the left-hand side in the Malibu wagon. I really like the fact that the wagon has the window Garfield on the passenger side. Period correct for that vehicle. And Max Cash Jr., the right side, goes 6:81 with a 6 at 100 flat. Cameron Stevens goes 10:15 at 69 miles an hour. Left-hand side of the racetrack. And that's going to bring up Chris Tucci, the right-hand side of the racetrack, in the F body, taking on Sam Price in the Fox body, left-hand side of the racetrack. Price a little bit antsy on the tree, goes red, and he's going to try to get the whole shot on the Camaro, stay out front. Bold strategy. Chris Tucci goes 8:99 at 83 miles an hour on the right-hand side. Sam Price 8:85 at 78 miles an hour on the left side of the racetrack. Benji Wood on the right-hand side of the racetrack in the Chevy 2. Wood in the right-hand side of the racetrack goes 6.67 at 99 miles an hour. The Camaro left-hand side of the racetrack goes 6.7 with a 4 at 97. Kelly Stephen in the left-hand side of the racetrack is going to make their way down and go 6.62 at 103 in the F-body. Ralph Deloach on the right side goes 7.06 at 98 miles an hour. Shannon Woodring in the right side is taking on Dustin Carroll in the wagon. Woodring in the Chevy 2 in the right side. Looks like Carroll's double entered here in the 630 category as well as pro, so look for this car to try to hit a 630. Near on it, 628 for Carroll on the right side. Shannon Woodring on the left side goes 623 in the wagon at 108 miles an hour. It's going to bring up the very bright and very orange Camaro of Annie Chavez. And I think now is a great time for me to figure out whether this is a 67 or a 68 Camaro. Because last night, I kept calling it both. And he's taking on Bobby Houston on the left side, the big old lead sled. 49 Merc. That might not be a Mercury, but it is fast. And he goes 671 on the left-hand side of the racetrack for Houston at 103, and Andy Chavez and the orange Camaro goes 719 at 97. Two more first-generation Camaros. The right-hand side of the racetrack, I believe, I figured it out. This is a 67 Camaro. And the left side is Ben Atkins doing monster wheelies once again. And Josh Carroll gets a front row seat to Atkins' wheel-standing antics. Atkins is going to go 5.70 with a 124 miles an hour out of that Camaro. Last night, that car took chunks out of the racetrack with the front K-member, putting it on the back bumper. So anytime somebody ever tells you the bracket racing is boring, tell them to watch Ben Atkins make a pass. That's going to bring up Steve Wagner on the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Mopar, taking on Darryl Powell in the other Mopar on the right-hand side in this Dodge Dart. I believe that's a Demon on the left side. Or, excuse me, nope, that's a Plymouth Duster. I can tell because the hood says Plymouth on it. Wagner out in front, going to get there first, goes 640 with a 4 at 106. And the right side for Powell goes 684 at 98 mile an hour. And another Mopar, this time the one with no face. That's Robert Hamrick with the open face helmet in the open face car in the left-hand side of the racetrack. 21 with a 9 off the light. 171 to the 60-foot. Hamrick's going to go 790 with a 9 at 86.19 miles an hour. And that's going to round out our pro category, I believe. for our first round of time trials. Excuse me, we've got one more in the box. That's we have 3 more pro cars in the lanes. That's all that's left, one in the water box right now, which means one thing. I need Super Pro. Super Pro, bring them down, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. At left-hand side of the racetrack, first-gen Camaro. Oh, 33 with a 3 on the light, and Buchanan's going to go 6-12 with a 9 at 110 miles per hour. That's going to bring up Chad Dotson, left-hand side. Big green Nova. Wheels up and 028 on the reaction, 130 to the 60 foot. Dotson's gonna go 610 with a 9 at 110 miles an hour. And Matt Ward is gonna follow up his performance, left side. '69 Chevrolet Camaro. Matt Ward aborting the pass. Saw something he did not like. Once again, Super Pro, Super Pro. Bring them down, please. Super Pro, bring them down. Lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. And we got Paul Reed on the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Chevrolet Chevelle. It's going to be the last pass of our pro time trials here before we roll into our Super Pro time trials. If you pay close attention to the backside of Green's car, it's an excellent visual demonstration of the current pilot conditions here in North Carolina. If you guys were here at the racetrack last night, it looked like it snowed by the time we left. On the light for Green. He's going to go through 6:05 with a 4 at 112 miles per hour. And as we continue to stack the lanes for our Super Pro contenders, we're going to do a quick touch up here on the starting line. We're going to run through our Super Pro category for our time trials. And then we're going to take a brief pause while we touch up the track, because we want to give the best track possible to the ones that need it the most, and that would be our no time 275. Not that we're skipping on anything for anybody, let me be clear about that. However, we want to put on the best show possible for you guys. So No Time 275 will be following our Super Pro after a little bit of prep. During that little bit of downtime, just so you guys remember, we have all of our concessions open. We got fried Oreos, funnel cakes up there. We got hot dogs, corn dogs, bologna sandwiches. Highly recommend. And your merch trailer is open. The Radial Tire Racers Association merch trailer. Go there and grab your Carolina Gold merch. If you want to remember your time here for the Radial Tire Racers Association. Great way to commemorate. Maybe maybe take something home for the ones that you know, couldn't be here. And for those that could not be here, you can share this with them. You want to tell them about all the cool stuff you did over the weekend on work on Monday, or you want to just show them? Tell them to check out Spoold Media on YouTube. We appreciate Corey Stamper and the Spoold Media team for putting on the entire live feed for here. They are the official live feed for Carolina Gold, presented by Hoosier Racing Tires. There we got drivers getting suited up. We got water going in the water box. We're going to go back to our time trials with Super Pro. For those of you who don't know the difference between Pro and Super Pro, Super Pro has a little bit more electronics allowed in it. Pro is the no electronics class, meaning they don't have a delay box in there. It's pretty much up to the driver to tune in on the launch. Super Pro, they got a little bit more driver's assistance, which results in the cars being more consistent and some of the cars being a little bit more quick. And some of the cars, some of the competitors think they can take a swing in both classes. And the Fox body on the right-hand side of the racetrack is one of those contenders. That's Noble Evans on the right side of the Fox body, taking on Chris Reeves. So you can see a lot of cars back up here. It's one thing to be quick, it's one thing to be consistent, but it's one thing to be quickly consistent, meaning have the ability to turn your car around and get it back in the lanes without a lot of cooldown and run the same number over and over again. And that is what Chris Reeves is going to be attempting to do here today on the right side of the racetrack. This is his second pass of the day. So you'll be seeing a lot of this Fox body today as long as he continues to go around. Facing off against Chris Reeves, the POW MIA Tribute C3 Corvette. Beautiful wrap on that car. And Evans turns on the red light, but again, time trials doesn't really matter. Get it out of your system now. Evans goes 676 on the right-hand side of the Fox body. Reeves and the Vet goes 631 at 109. Cody Oxner, left-hand side of the racetrack, and Jake Tucker in the right side. I believe these are both Chevrolet Monzas. If they're not, I'm wrong twice. And Tucker's going to go 601 with a 7. And Oxner goes 587 to the left-hand side of the racetrack. Trevor Jenkins, left side. Monster wheel stand. That's the biggest one we've seen Jenkins. He was doing that all night. That's a new personal best for him in the wheel stand department, about 200 feet out. CJ Curtis in the left side of the racetrack is trying to get everybody to forget about Jenkins' wheelie with that monster burnout. And he's going to face off against Donnie Walker in the right side. CJ Curtis, left side, goes 564 at 121. Donnie Walker, right side of the racetrack, goes 6 at 96 at 95. Justin Coker, the right side in the Mighty Max pickup truck goes, or excuse me, Chevy Love, 675 at 101. And Nick Dietz in left side goes 659 at 104. It's going to bring up Dawson Pauly in the left side of the racetrack in the one-eyed RX-7, taking on Dustin Cash and Fox Body on the right side. Cash, another one of our double-entered cars. A staging duel in time trials. That's interesting, but I'm here for it. And Pauly's going to go in first. Pauly looking for a 6.3 with a whole bunch of zeros behind it. Is he going to get it? No, a little too quick. 6.23 at 114 miles an hour, and Cash goes 6.92 at 98. Again, the air that these cars were running in last night is not what it is today. And Tim Allen, in the left-hand side of the racetrack. That's right, terrible dad jokes are coming all day, ladies and gentlemen. One of the many celebrity entries that we have here, Tim Allen left side, taking on Carl Swain in the right side of the racetrack. Tim Allen, star of Home Improvement. I was raised by a single mother, so this guy's basically my dad. Tim the Toolman Allen in the left-hand side of the racetrack is going to go 547 at 126 miles an hour. And Carl Swain, 633 at 108. Todd Robertson, left-hand side of the racetrack in the 1929 Model A Ford. And that's Gail Wisnett in the right-hand side of the racetrack in the rail car. She's going to go 473 at 143. Renee Dotson, the right-hand side, and the rail cars taking on Another celebrity entry, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Matthews. I gotta stop doing that. This guy's probably been dealing with that his whole life, so I apologize to Mr. Matthews. David Matthews in the C3 Corvette, left side of the racetrack, with the Wile E. Coyote airbrushed on the front of it. And Renee Dotson. He's going to go 460 with an 8. It's in the right-hand side at 149, with David Matthews goes 533 at 128 miles an hour. Bobby Buchanan, right-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Ken Butler in the door car, the Nova. And Buchanan goes 502 at 135 miles an hour to Butler, and the left side goes 702 at 96 miles an hour for Ken Butler. I apologize, I got distracted by the sideways dragster in the burnout box. There's something leaking big time out of the rail car in the right-hand lane. We're gonna shut him down. It's all over his back tire. He pulled it to the 60-foot. So we're gonna send Joseph Bagwell down on a solo pass, I believe. Bagwell, left-hand side of the racetrack, goes 476 on a solo rip at 148 miles an hour. We got a little bit of oil or something in the right-hand side here, and we're going to do a quick cleanup. Thankfully, it doesn't look too bad. He didn't drag it out too far, so we're going to get this cleaned up real quick. A little bit of brake clean. We'll be back in action here momentarily. Continue to touch up a little bit of starting line here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. We're going to send Todd Sinclair down the left-hand side, keep our time trials going. Got a lot of cars here on property day. We appreciate everybody coming out here for Carolina Gold. Once again, racers, last night we had a little bit of a last night we had a bit of a rough night. I want to remind everybody here at Shadyside that we are a small track with big dreams. And we appreciate each and every one of you guys coming out here and supporting us. The turnout here is absolutely amazing. We also need to ask the competitors, please, we have a ton of cars and nobody wants to see this thing not get finished today. So give it a once over. If you got a checklist, run through it one more time while you got the downtime to do so. Because as these cars get rolling through as we get rolling through the rounds today, the pace is going to get exponentially quicker. And we just ask that everybody try to be on their best behavior today on the racetrack. And let's have some fun. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No time. We have not called you to lanes yet. So you're going to be sitting here a while in the sun. I'd recommend hanging on. So we have not called any additional classes other than super down here to the lanes yet. Williams, right-hand side, taking on Jamie Schuler, left-hand side of the racetrack. If I was a betting man, I bet a black car is going to win this race. And Schuler and Williams are going to let everybody in the surrounding counties know that we are racing here at Shadyside. Steve Williams, the right side, goes 439 at 159, and Schuler, the left side, goes 446 at 157 miles an hour, shaking the valley. Michael Borich in the rail, left side goes 514 to Bruce Bickerton, the right side, going 672 at 98 miles an hour. Pontiac Power rail car on right-hand side of the racetrack. Do not have a name for this gentleman, but Jared Knoll on the left side. Right lane turns on the red, and Jared Nolan, the left side, is going to go 495 at 140 miles an hour, 492 at 143 for the rail car on the left side, right side, excuse me. got top end report of a little bit of debris on the track, so we're going to hold them up and make sure that there's nothing up there before we send Billy Varner and Junior Raper to the right-hand side. Want to make sure we got safe conditions, so give a quick look-see. And we are clear. We're going to get back to our action. Billy Varner, left side of the S10, taking on Junior Raper on the right-hand side, the Corvette. Official pace car, the Indianapolis 500. My grandfather had one of these. Did not look anything like this. And I have a feeling that this Corvette has substantially more power than it came with originally. I believe these had an abysmal 185 horsepower. They might have broken 200 in certain years in the 80s. Not great cars. Also, they don't even have a trunk that opens. There's fun facts for you about the disco era Corvettes. Wheels up for the S10 on the left-hand side of the racetrack, and it's going to go in front row seat as the vet goes 5.72 at 119 miles an hour. Varner on the left side goes 6.25 at 108. Adam Malibu Cannon at the right-hand side of the racetrack did a monster wheelie last night, burning the name Adam Malibu Cannon. He faces off against Chris Bumgardner. Bumgardner back up here once again on the left-hand side of the racetrack with the dog, Firebird. Either Firebird or Le Mans. I'm not sure. Oh, excuse me. It's a Firebird, it says right on the front. CB Trucking Firebird, left-hand side of Chris Bumgardner, and Adam McCann, the right side in the Malibu. Continuing our time trials here at Super Pro. Wheels up on the hit for Buchanan, the right-hand side. And he's going to watch Mumgarden on the left side go 6.02 with a 1 at 113 miles an hour. Buchanan goes 6.06.06. That's a fun one to call. 6.06.06 at 112 for Adam Mallet Buchanan in the right side. Bud Humphreys right side in the rail car, the blue one, takes on Isaac Bridges in the red one on the left side. Similar paints on the two here. Very pretty cars to look at. And Isaac goes 0085 on the light to go 472 and 147. In the left side, Bud Humphreys is going to get there first, goes 446 on the right side of the racetrack, and the blue one goes 154 miles an hour. Let's just say that's a stand up. Tyler Mosley, left-hand side of the racetrack, and Lee Crawford on the right. Two more rail car entries. Mosley on the left-hand side goes 453 at 153, and Lee Crawford went 483 at 142. Dustin in the Fox body, left-hand side of the racetrack, known as Cheap Heap on the door. Goes 626 and 108 miles an hour on the solo pass. Car in the right-hand lane leaking a little bit of fluid. We're going to do a quick touch-up once again. One of our late entries for pro. This is Tater Dotson, left-hand side of the racetrack. He's up here for his first shot on time trials. Tater Dotson, Tater Tot. That is not a nickname that I gave him. Zach said it, so I'm just repeating what I heard. Dotson goes 6.30 with the 6 at 110. hood. Got some debris on the racetrack. The little bit of stumble off the line there, and the hood is now laying on the racetrack for the car on the left-hand side of the racetrack. I don't have a name for that individual, unfortunately. No big deal, we'll get the hood picked up.
Afraid I lost it.
He said, I'm just glad to have him there instead of out there. I said, oh, Trey, he just ain't got no love for that thing, does he? You been doing all right? Yeah? Good deal.
Parker Dotson, left-hand side of the racetrack in the dragsters, taking on Travis Varner in the right side. Varner back up here once again in the S10. Wheels up launch for Varner, and he's going to get to watch Parker go 463 at 149 in the rail car. Right side goes 630 at 107. No time, no time, no time, 275. Easy lanes 1 and 2 for your shakedowns. Once again, Radial Tire Racing Association Outlaw 28-275, presented by IRD Racing Carburetors 275. They'll take you to lanes. Paul Green and the Chevelle back up here again for his Super Pro Shakedown. Goes 6'11 with a 7 at 111 miles an hour. Fred Hagberg, left side of the rail car. Going to help us finish out our pack of Super Pro time trials before we do a little bit of, we're going to drag the track, spray the track real quick, and get into our shakedowns for our 28.275 no time testing. Hagberg goes 018 on the light. We're going to go through 492 with a 7 at 139 miles an hour. Parker Dotson, the left-hand side of the Nova, the Voodoo Barbecue, down the door. Goes 7th out red. He's going to go through 5.065 at 136 miles an hour. And he might want his wrench back. And Emmett Knight is going to round out our final pass for Super Pro time trials. Next time you see our bracket cars up, they are going to be beginning their eliminations. So this is their shot. They get to figure out what they're going to run. Beautiful weather out here today. You're going to see some fast cars coming out today here in a little bit after our track prep for our 28-inch tire no time shootouts. Emmett Knight playing the music of our people through the valley. He's going to finish out the Super Pro, goes 6.61 with an 8 at 104 miles an hour in the S10 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And that's going to bring out some blue, some tractor action. And I'm going to start filling up our lanes. I need more of our 28-inch no-time shootout racers. This is your shot at the track. This is your first shakedown. 28-inch tire racers, bring them down, start loading up lanes. We're spraying this track and gluing it. We need to keep this race rolling, so I don't know how long these lanes are going to be open for y'all, but bring them down. This is a perfect opportunity for you guys, if you're hungry, go hit up the concession stands. All kinds of delicious goodies up there for you guys to eat. Also, perfect opportunity to head over to the Radio Tire Racers Association merch trailer. Grab yourself some merch to remember your time spent here today at the second annual Carolina Gold presented by Hoosier Racing Tires. Once again, 28.275. 28.275 for shakedowns. Your call to lanes. Second call.
Second time I talked to him when he said confession, I said, oh, he's not talking about him. Yeah, man. And then when I talked to him,
tension in the pits, tension in the bits. Lil Gangsters. I will take pairs 1 through 4 of Lil Gangsters. If you don't know what pairing you are, take a look at the WhatsApp. But I'll take our first 4 pairs from Lil Gangsters. All right, Lil Gangsters, if you're looking at the run sheet on the WhatsApp group, I want the first 4 pairs, which means I need Philip Hoser, TJ Jenkins, Terrence Whalen, Kyle Cartwright, Joe Robinson, Ed Pierce, Jacob Pearson, and Josh Turner. Those are 2, 3, 4, and 5 on your run order. Those are my first pairs. John Mankia, I'll get it right this time. You are the bye, so you can come down and sit in the back of the lanes, but you are not part of the pairs. So John Mankia, congratulations on your bye run. But maybe hang out a bit. Once again, the Lil Gangsters class. Lil Gangsters, your first 4 pairs, if you can hear my voice, the first 4 pairs of cars, not the buy run. First 4 pairs, not the buy run. John Mankia, you can come down and hang out, you are the buy run, but the first 4 pairs of racers, I need you to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. We're going to be finishing up the prep here in just a minute, so if you're not where you can see the racetrack, I would suggest you find a good seat, plenty of seating up here in the grandstands, because we're going to be sending down our quickest cars on the property, our no-time 28.275 shootout for their first shakedown. So Michael Nelson up there at the head of the lanes, that white Camaro, making a whole bunch of noise last night, and that was about it, unfortunately. Couldn't get a hold of this racetrack. This is what you can do today to put up a number, well, a number that nobody's going to know, because this is no-time racing. Another one of our no-time categories getting paired up right behind them is the Lil Gangsters entries. But this one's a little bit different. There's an index on it. For those of you who aren't aware of the Lil Gangsters category, it's 530 index, heads up, pro tree. However, they don't get time slips. It's the only class here where they do not know and will not know, unless they have some sort of onboard data acquisition, what they actually run. So it's just a guess. They're also running off the trailer, so they're completely untested. Some of our Lil Gangsters cars were up here tested last night, but conditions are completely different. Obviously, the sun's out, and it's cooler today. Air's better, track's probably a little bit better today. So almost all of the data that these racers got last night might be a throwaway. But regardless, That data could be invaluable in the coming weeks, months, as they get ready for the King of the South entry, because who knows what the weather's going to be like. There's some of the Lil Gangsters racers that have been here last weekend for, even on our no prep, we're out here putting in laps trying to get as much data on this surface as they can. Drivers in the lanes, if you are not near your cars, please get there. Suit it up and get going momentarily. Got one more passing tracker down each side. We're going to get back to our shakedowns. We have almost 40 cars. We got 37 Lil Gangsters cars on the property. 37 cars, and I believe that means the pot is going to be upwards of $16,000. So these 530 index racers are racing for 16 grand today. I believe we have over 20 cars in the 630 street racer category. That's a new record for that class here at Shadyside. Love drawing that. Lil Gangsters pairs 5 through 8. Pairs 5 through 8, bring them down to the back of the lanes for pairing. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, kicking off our shakedowns for our Radial Tire Racing Association 28275 Outlaw, presented by IRD Racing Carburetors. Up front, I do not have names and car numbers quite yet. They're doing the pairings for our 28-inch shootout or Lil Gangsters in 630 categories. So we're currently working on getting info up here in the tower. But I do know the gentleman in the left-hand lane making all the noise. That is Michael Nell. And that is a Proline Hemi with a horse charger on it. And it is loud, loud. And we like to play a little drinking game here on the live feed. We call it, I don't know what you call it, you guys tell me. But if a car with zoomies knocks the hat off, everybody at home has to drink. So Michael Nell, left-hand side of the racetrack, and Clyde taking on El Chapo, the Fox Body, nitrous car on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And the story of traction problems, I believe, is what's going on there. The car did this a couple times last night. Michael Nell, left-hand side, sounds like it strikes the tire, and then the car cuts off on him. There are 28-inch tire racers. The 275 guys, they will have another shot for shakedown. So we will see Michael Nail back up here once again to take another shot at this racetrack. Pace on the left-hand side of the racetrack. I believe they just got this car put together, following on social media. A whole lot of changes for this thing. And then facing Michael Laney in the right-hand side, I believe. I might be wrong on that name. That's just the name that's in front of me. That is not Michael Laney. Duplicate number. Ignore that name. In the right-hand side of the SN95 Mustang Zoomies taking on Kate Pacehour, left-hand side. I believe that is a Par Racing Engines big block underneath the hood of that Fox Body now, looking at it. Big block turbocharged entry left-hand side. Nitrous on the right. Both cars having issues. Pacehour refarting the Fox Body left-hand side of the racetrack, and we're going to go down and try to get some googe off the 330-foot mark there. Came to rest on the right side. Made it about 30 feet under power, and then the car just cut off for some reason. Doesn't seem to be any fluids on the track. So this should be a quick pulling off the top end and get back to racing. Once again, Lil Gangsters, pairs 5 through 8. 5 through 8. If you have not made it down, I need pairs 5 through 8 in the lanes for pairing. Lil Gangsters. Five through 8. That should be Jacob Pearson, Josh Turner. I believe you're already in the lanes. Jeff Allen, LeVar Scott, Gavin Black, Shane Speed, Ray Morton, Wayne Brimberry, and then also I'll take Lil Gangsters pairs a 9 through 12. Pairs 9 through 12 to lanes for pairing. Andrew Johnson, Charles Richards, Bradley Reese, Grady Underwood, Billy Pfeiffer, Kirk Thompson, James Noel.
Yeah, I would.
Caden Pacehour, which he's in a car right now on the starting line, so it's a little hard for him to do.
That's three, Sammy. That's three. Fire it up. Fire it up. It's not like they home. Y'all let them get out this bitch. What is that?
Gangsters pairs 9 through 12. If you haven't made it down, bring them down. Lil Gangsters 9 through 12. Bring them down back in the lanes for pairing. Danny Porter in the right-hand side of the racetrack, coming back up once again. If you are in the stands, I would suggest getting out your baseball gloves because a lucky fan might take home a souvenir. Last week, Danny Porter launched the right side door. Danny Porter launched the door on the right-hand side of the car into the trees in the top end of the racetrack. Spoke with him briefly in the lanes and said he drove all the way to Tennessee, picked up a whole bunch of body panels, and he's back here a week later, strapped some radials on the back of it, and said we're going to go out here and try and take home some money in this 28-275 shootout. Danny Porter, the right hand, is going to line up against the purple fox body on the left-hand side of Mr. Ean. I cannot see the first name. It's like Damon, I believe. And wheels up for the big blower on the right-hand side for Mr. Porter, and he's going to make a nice tidy pass over there at Dawson Fain on the left-hand side. Probably not seeing what they like there. A little bit of a stumble off the line. I believe they're going to come back around and make another rip. Lil Gangsters pairs 13 through 16, bring them down with the quickness, please. We're going to get to racing action. We just wrapped up with our 28-275 testing, shakedowns. Once again, Lil Gangsters pairs 13 through 16. Let's bring them down and load them up. Corey, stand over to the tower, please. Corey to the tower. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up our Lil Gangsters cars right here, getting paired up in the back of the lanes, and then that's going to kick off our eliminations. We're going to get into competition. So far, everything you've seen has been either time trials for bracket racing or shakedowns for our no-time stuff. This is going to be off the trailer for our Lil Gangsters class. We're still calling them down here, pairing them up. So just a brief moment, we're going to start off with our invocation and the national anthem and get into eliminations. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Concession stands are still open. Got a little bit more pairing, so if you're nearby, you want to grab a quick snack or a drink, now is the perfect time to do so before we roll into Lil Gangsters momentarily. Jeff Bagwell, need you down to the staging lanes, please. Jeff Bagwell is staging lanes. Lil Gangsters pairs 13 through 16, you should be making your way down. The remaining Lil Gangsters cars, I would be ready. Fur on the left-hand side of the racetrack is a late pro or super pro entry, excuse me. One of our bracket racers up here for his shakedown time trial real quick. No 48 on the light, and 650 with an 8 at 106 miles an hour. Lil Gangsters 17 through 19, remaining pairs, all remaining pairs. I should have all Lil Gangsters cars in the lanes are making their way down. Let's get the rest of these cars in, get them set up, and let's get back to racing. All Lil Gangsters. Racers in the pits, or excuse me, racers in staging lanes. If you're in lanes 3 or 4, you're going to be the first ones down this racetrack, so I need you in cars, getting suited up. We're going to go back to racing here in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise and remove your hats for the invocation given by Stan, and remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day that we can go racing. We ask that you keep the drivers, crew members, and all the spectators safe throughout the day, Lord. And we are so grateful for the opportunity that we have to go drag racing. We thank you for those who have served and the ones that serve today, for our loved ones that have gone on before us. We're just so grateful for all your blessings in life. And for this country that allows us the freedoms and opportunities we have. Lord, keep us safe as we leave this place at the end of the day and give us traveling mercies. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
real excited on the line there. He goes big time red. Meanwhile, Robinson, left-hand side of the racetrack, have a little bit of problem. Sat there on the line. Small fire underneath the carburetor. Get a rag. Go out quick. Coming up next, we got Jacob Pearson in the left-hand side of the racetrack taking on Josh Turner. Jacob Pearson in the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Fox body, taking on Josh Turner in, well, it is actually a Fox body, just not a Mustang. Josh Turner on the right-hand side of the racetrack. This is the second time he has ever entered any sort of heads-up shootout. Last week was his first, and he won at Lil Gangsters. So he's out here trying to see if he can defend his Shadyside title. And Turner turns it red. Out in the first round, unfortunately for Mr. Turner. And Jacob Pearson, the left-hand side of the track, is going to take a win. Left-hand side of the racetrack is Alyssa Jeff, I believe, judged by the name on the door, taking on LeVar Scott on the right-hand side, the Fox body, turbocharged. Camaro off the line, out in front. Pat the gas out there is going to hold them off and get there and get the win. And unfortunately for LeVar Scott, his day in Lil Gangsters is over. In the water box, the biggest car on the property. The big, if you put big wheels on it, this is the picture perfect definition of a donk. This is Shane Speed out of Georgia. And this car actually does race on rims. If you have the opportunity to go up in the pits and take a look at this, I highly suggest you do so. Pay attention to the carbon ceramic brakes on the front end. You ever price those out? Let's just say that you can spend your entire winnings on Lil Gangsters today on the brakes on the front of this car. Also, check out the Steve Morris SML motor. That's not a typical LS motor. So it's a very interesting piece. You don't get to see these out here a lot, and it's fast. Shane Speed on the right-hand side. The donk is going to be taking on Gavin Black in the Mustang on the left-hand side. pop out of the left-hand side of the racetrack for Mr. Black, and he's going to watch Mr. Speed in the dog show ride down the racetrack the right-hand side. Unfortunately, not what Mr. Black is looking for today. Push him back off the line. Doesn't appear to be any damage on the starting line, so should be a quick turnaround. Get back to racing here momentarily. Yeah, in the left-hand side of the racetrack, the Mustang, judging by the dust, it exploded a carbon fiber drive shaft is what it appears to be. So, the downside of carbon drive shaft is, well, they're not really great for street use, because when they get some dents, not dents, but when they get dinged up a little bit, it quickly weakens them. The good thing is when a carbon drive shaft lets go, they usually turn to dust, and they don't turn into a flailing hammer to beat the crap out of the bottom side of your car. Not that it's going to be without damage. I don't know what the material safety data sheet says on carbon fiber, but I don't know that I would want to breathe in all the dust, stand downwind, but all of you on the fence, do as you want. Clear the water box real quick. We got a tractor coming through.
That's an expensive failure right there. I guess it ain't the most expensive failure. It ain't a cheap one. That's for sure. Maybe Corey runs Spoold Media. I don't know where he is. I don't even know what he looks like. It might be him over there at the camera. I'm not worried about who people are. I'm worried about what the car is right. I watch him with a live feed. Outside of that, I don't know anything else.
Yeah, so anybody back in the days, you know, we didn't have all this stuff they got. But I tell
you, hey, you ready to get Curtis Lowe running? Yeah.
Street Racer, 630. Street Racer pairs 1 through 5 to the lanes. Street Racer 630, lanes 1. Excuse me, to the back of the lanes. Street Racer pairs 1 through 5. If you don't know what your pairing is, check out the WhatsApp. Pairs 1 through 5, the back of the lanes for pairing, please. Once again, this is the perfect time if you want to go get yourself some merch. The Radial Tire Racing Association trailer has event shirts. Svelto Designs booth. Get up there and get yourself a shirt. While you're up there, follow your nose to the funnel cakes and Oreos, or anywhere else in the concession stands up there. I have not seen him yet, but I believe Pickle Man will be on the property later today.
I don't know that one, maybe.
I've gotten reports that the flag has been flying around, so if you see a flag that says Pickles, I highly suggest you flag that man down and get yourself a jug of pickles. They are delicious. Again, Shadyside Dragway is probably the best culinary experience, eating experience you're going to have at a racetrack in the Carolinas.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's where I used to roll. Where we went and we went hung out with Brian Benson.
Yeah, we did. I started playing here. Like I said, I started out racing.
Corey's probably up there. Actually, no. See this guy over here standing beside the guy in the red shirt? I'm pretty sure that's
the same way these kids.
Why are you so concerned about it?
These kids drive.
I think he's off. Get away from me. Huh? Why do we need to see him?
Oh,
Street Race 630. Street Race 630. Pairs 1 through 5 to lanes, please. 1 through 5. Street Racer 630. 1 through 5 to lanes. Got water going back and down. We're parking the tractor and we're going to get back to our little gangster momentarily.
It's the exact same thing, just we race front wheel drive. And stick.
Ray Morton completing the burnout in Lucius. Ray Morton completing the burnout in Lucius over there on the left-hand side in the GMC S15. Don't call that an S10. It's not. In a bass boat painted Mitsubishi Mighty Max on the right-hand side of the racetrack of Wayne Brimberry. Get your sunglasses on. He saw Mr. Brimberry took one look at the flyer, said Carolina Gold. I'm in. Say less. Purge of nitrous on the gold dusted Mitsubishi as the S15 of Morton takes the line. Is going to get a free pass as the Mighty Max on the right-hand side. Mr. Brimberry having a little bit of issues and big backfire coming out. Thankfully, it kept the hood on it. Johnson, I think, was achieving about 70 miles an hour as he came out of the burnout box in the left-hand side of the Cobra. He's taking on Charles Richards, right-hand side, with his Chevrolet Nova. Richards recently having a small run-in with a retaining wall on the right-hand side of this beautiful Nova. I said, screw it. You've got to be pretty to be fast. We're going to go back out here and seek redemption. Facing Andrew Johnson, Terminator Cobra on the left-hand side. Might be a Fobra. I don't really care. Cobra guys, come at me. Guess what? It's still a Mustang. It's the same car as a V6 Mustang. You put Cobra badges on the side of it all day. Church up all you want, son. It's still a Mustang. And Andrew Johnson has a good-looking one over there. Johnson not going to be able to get it done, and Richards on the right-hand side is going to take the win in the Nova. We'll see him back up here for round 2. He's going to bring up Grady Underwood in the right-hand side of the racetrack. We're seeking information, trying to decode the dash plate on this Corvette to find out if it is, in fact, a legit Z06. I don't believe it is. I think it's a early C5, so before the Z06 Corvette came out, they have what's called a fixed roof coupe. Normal C5 Corvettes have like a hatchback on them. This one, you can see, does not. It's a little bit different. They actually have a trunk lid rather than a rear glass lifting up. Fixed roof coupes are rare. The Speedway White Z06, if this was a real Z06, is one of the lowest production levels of these cars. So the fact that you turn one into a race car is really cool to me. But much like the Cobra and the Mustang, at the end of the day, it's just a Corvette. And the left-hand side of the racetrack, that's Bradley Reese in the red Fox body. side by side through the traps, and the Corvette jumping on the binder, so he's going to go a little bit too quick there. Gary Underwood, right-hand side, is going to take the win. And Bradley Reese's Lil Gangster Day is over. And that's going to bring up Kirk Thompson, right-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Billy Pfeiffer, Chevrolet Nova, against SN95 Mustang. Street race 1 through 5. Street race pairs 1 through 5. This is the second call to lanes. I need street race 630 index racers. Street race 630 pairs 1 through 5 to the back of the lanes for pairing. Bring them down. Pfeiffer and Thompson side by side off the line. Good drag race. Right hand side of the racetrack. Kirk Thompson's going to get the win in the SN95 and move on to round 2. Meanwhile, Billy Pfeiffer is going to go, well, not home, but he ain't going to round 2 for Lil Gangsters. Right hand side of the racetrack. Caden Paysauer back up here again. Playing double duties today. 2 different cars. Left hand side of the racetrack. That's James Noel. I believe that is that an LTD? That is not. I believe that is an LTD of James Noel on the left-hand side of the racetrack. There's no badging on it. Could be a Mercury Zephyr. I don't know. It's the non-Mustang Fox body. And they're becoming almost as common as Fox bodies in this day and age, but we appreciate it bringing them out. They're great to look at. This one got a great stance on it. It reminds me of the car from the movie Men in Black. Side by side off the line, Noel way out in front on Paysauer. And Paysauer going to take the win. Body, right-hand side, belonging to Tyler Piercy. He's taking on Eddie West in the S10, left-hand side. Eddie West, left-hand side. Tyler Piercy, right-hand side. I believe they're staring at each other, trying to figure out who is going to lift, and it's going to work out in the favor of Tyler Piercy. Got a report of a slight issue on the top end. It looks like there was a car on the turnoff that's having some issues. It's a report of fire, but I don't see big smoke from the big end, so it must not be too terribly bad. But we're going to run down there and check it out. We got our EMS crew down there helping them. So if our EMS is occupied, helping somebody else out, that means they cannot help our racers on the track, so we have to hold up racing action momentarily. Once again, all of you in the stands, perfect opportunity to go grab a funnel cake, some fried Oreos, and a t-shirt at the same time. Maybe get the funnel cake and fried Oreos finish those, wipe your hands off so you don't get it all over your nice new Radial Tire Racing Association Carolina Gold t-shirt presented by Hoosier Racing Tires. That is what we call transitions and happenings, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like the traffic jam on the top end is getting cleared up. EMS looks like they appear to be rolling back into position.
Right. Yeah, and if you got anything now, you just old school, especially cars. Everybody looking for them. They either wreck them or put them in the junkyard.
Street Race 630 index pairs 6 through 11. Street Racer 630 index pairs 6 through 11. Back to the lanes for staging, please, or for pairing. Back to the staging, lanes for pairing. There we go. Once again, Street Racer 630. It's 6 through 11 to the back of the lanes for pairing. See John. Yeah, that's right. Back in the day. That's right. Back in the day. People get stuff, man. People ain't like nowadays. People you tell somebody, hey, I'll catch you next month. I'll catch you next week. People expect that. Stand word. I'll get you next week. You party right now. I want it back right now. That's right. That's it. Oh, they're going to beat up the kid or something. They ain't got nothing to do with it. Oh, okay.
You gonna get caught. They'll catch you. They got so much stuff out here now. Lord help you. If you take some lady, if you want to get money so bad, she gonna definitely get on the phone. That's what they do. They get say, hey, we'll keep it. You won't say nothing, just let us know. Yeah, the price is right. I've seen them all. And the biggest thing I tell people, somebody tell you something, my kids, everybody laughs at me. I fast check everything. Even if my son is kids, some of my kids tell me I fast check everything. So much fun. They go by the other people. And like I said, you know what, sometimes so I fat check everybody. They laugh me out. He don't believe it.
All right, here we go. We're going back to racing action. Top end of the track is clear. EMS is back in position, and we're going to continue on with a Lil Gangstas racing action. In the water box right now, we got Jason Black in the left side of the Camaro. Small block Chevrolet under the hood, supercharged. To be taking on Jeff Bagwell in the right side in the Chevrolet Nova Chevy 2. And we got oil pressure in both lanes. Jace Black, left-hand side of the IROC Camaro, 1986 Chevrolet. This is a street car. Watch this thing. It's got power windows. I'm going to show off and roll them up here in a second. Take in on Jeff Bagwell, right-hand side, Chevy Nova. Bagwell, unfortunately, his windows don't roll up nor down. They're screwed in place. This is one of the problems with calling a no-time race, where you just, like, I gotta find stuff to talk about up here because I can't talk about what's going on other than there's a car going down the track. This one's winning. Bagwell and Black side by side playing games on the top end. Bagwell is going to squeak out the victory in the Chevy 2 Nova, and we'll see him and his bolted-in windows back up here for round 2. Inside the racetrack, this is Daniel Toothman. This car was out here last week putting in lap after lap. I believe he entered 3 different categories, trying to get as much Lil Gangsters data as possible. Let's see if it's going to pay off. He's going to face up against Punisher Racing, Casey Hollifield in the orange Fox body in the right-hand side. Toothman, huge fan of spoilers and wings, so much so he has 2 of them. Toothman is going to get an easy win because Casey Hollifield, the right-hand side of the racetrack, put a little too much spice in there. Car knocked the tires off, made a hard move to the right-hand side. And that allowed Daniel Toothman to walk away to an easy win. Capitalizing on the misfortune of Casey Hollifield. The Toothman's going to move on to round 2. And that's going to bring up Chase Mueller on the left-hand side in the LX Fox body. He's going to take on Dean Shook in the right side. Mueller left side, supercharger underneath the hood. Belt-driven power adder. A lot of people think that belts are simply for holding up your pants. You would be wrong. You can also make power with them. When you wrap them around a supercharger and spin them really hard. Dean Shook in the right-hand side. I believe this is a nitrous assisted. Fox body on Fox body, nitrous versus blower. And Mueller, the blower, making big power. That thing started frying the tires about 100 feet out. Not a very clean pass, but fortunately for Chase Mueller, Dean Shook in the right-hand side of the racetrack. His pass was a little bit messier, so Chase Mueller is going to get to move on to round 2 there. Jonathan Horn in the left-hand side of the racetrack. I am so glad I get to see this thing in the daylight because it is an absolutely beautiful car at root beer brown SN95. If you told me you're going to paint a race car brown, I'd tell you you're crazy. And then you see this thing in person, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. He's going to be facing off against Shannon Winchester in the right-hand side of the racetrack. The matte black, the subdued finish of the Chevy 2. And the nitrous ride on the right side is going to kick the tires. Unfortunately for Jonathan Horn, that's not the best way to get off the starting line. And, excuse me. Fortunately for Jonathan Horn, that is not the best way for Shannon Winchester to get off the starting line. And Horn is going to take the win in the Mustang. That is the sickest thing ever. The funny car escape hatch on the truck on the left-hand side. What a boss move. And the top of that says it's cool when they do it, which means when a funny car pops the top open after a big smoky burnout and starts backing up, yeah, it is cool. You feel like the coolest person on the planet, and right now, the coolest person at Shadyside is in the left lane. Victor Camp over there in Lil Ugly. That's David Natter on the right-hand side. In the Buick. Regal. Not sure if it's a legit T-type. David Natter to the right-hand side, building the boost, waiting for Victor Camp to come in. There we go. And Camp absolutely frying the tires. And Natter to the right-hand side is going to move on to an easy win, unfortunately, for Victor Camp. Once again, Lil Gangsters competitors, if you were knocked out in the first round of eliminations, you do have the opportunity to jump in our no-time 28-275 shootout. So come on down to the staging lanes, pay your $200, and you can jump in with them. You will get another shakedown, and you will be entered into the shootout. So once again, Lil Gangsters round one losers. If you want to come back and take another crack at the track today and get some data or roll the dice, come back down with $200 and you can do so. Ford Maverick in the right-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Bobby McNair in the Fox body in the left-hand side. Big wheel stand on a McNair, trying to chase down the Maverick. Can he do it? Yeah, he's going to pull off the win. Bobby McNair, wheels up, launch, carrying the front tires about 100 feet out, and is going to move on to round two. And that is going to complete our round one of Lil Gangsters. Strange Engineering, Lil Gangsters, presented by Salvato Designs, and that's going to move us into our 630 street racer category. Street race. The at Shook Motorsports 630 Street Race, presented by Motion Raceworks. Coming at you. Got 20 cars in this category. So these are all running on a 630 index, kind of similar to our Lil Gangstas format, just a little bit, not quite as quick. The car in the left-hand side of the racetrack, Josh Bustle, this is a naturally aspirated small block Ford stick shift car. 3 pedals, rowing his own gears, and it's deadly consistent. He won last week for our street racer category for our Carolina Cash Days. He's back out here to see if he can do it again. He's going to take on Trevor Jenkins on the right-hand side in another Fox body. Looks like turbocharged LS power under the hood of that. So Ford versus Chevy in a pair of Fords. I'll shut up so you can listen to Bustle's car. Advantage off the line to Jenkins, and he's going to be able to get there first and hold off Bustle. And unfortunately for Josh Bustle, his reign of terror on the 630 Street Racer category ends now. Trevor Jenkins putting him on the trailer. Going to bring up James Meredith next to the left-hand side, taking on Avery Bright in the Fox body in the right. Pardon my confusion, I was up here trying to figure out what kind of car James Meredith on the left side is driving, and I'll tell you what kind of car he's driving, a winning car. James Meredith is going to go 636. I believe that's a Ford Capri to Avery Bright's. Joe Swain, left-hand side, taking on Tim Lorenz in the Malibu. Swain, the Chevy 2 Nova, back up here. He was out last night doing a whole bunch of laps on this car. And Tim Lorenz in the early Malibu, complete with Drag Week, Sick Week stickers all over the windshield. One of the few drag and drive competitors that we have out here. Malibu in the right-hand side of the racetrack is going to squeak out the win. Tim Lorenz is going to move on. Joe Swain, his day is done at 6:30. Wayne Lingerfeld on the right side in the S10 pickup truck is going to take it on Randy McLeod on the left side, Fox body. Lingerfeld off the line first. And Randy McLeod on the left side took a little bit of a nap on the tree there. Not the way you want to get off the line. And Lingerfeld's going to move on to round 2. This is going to bring up last week's Truck Wars winner. Yeah, I said that right. The winner of Truck Wars, the left-hand side of the racetrack. And the reason that wagon won Truck Wars is because, well, it just has to have a tailgate, and you are illegal for Truck Wars. That's Micah Monleon. In the left side of the racetrack is taking on Fox Body. And we are clear. We're going to get back to racing action. Micah Monteleone in the left-hand side of the racetrack taking on Emery Bright. The wagon in the left side, let me continue to talk about this. Two-valve modular motor, 4.6 with a carburetor and nitrous. One of the most unloved motors that Ford has ever produced, arguably. And to the right-hand side of the racetrack, Emery Bright. Micah Monteleone, you might think, like, why would you mess with a four-valve mod motor? I don't know. He's a glutton for punishment. Another thing he is entertaining to watch because the crooked launch, wheels up attitude in a station wagon, it's just so right yet so wrong. And unfortunately, we're not going to get to see him back up here for round 2, but we will get to see Emery Bright continue the reign of terror in the 630 class. Congratulations, they're moving on to round number 2. And two of the heaviest hitters in the 630 category coming up. Right side in the Rotten Banana, that's Zach Lovingood in the Chevy Love, or excuse me, Datsun. Let's call it a Chevy Love pickup. It's not. That is a Datsun, or Datsun, if you are sticking your pinky out as you say it. Zach Lovingood has won the 630 Street Racer category at King of the South. He won Truck Wars last week on Friday night. Almost won it again the next day. So there's one thing that the Rotten Banana is consistent. And not to be outshining consistency, Dawson Polly, left-hand side of the racetrack, the one-eyed RX-7 is going to be faced off against Zach Lovingood. This could have been the final for 630, if I'm being honest. Unfortunately, they get to meet here in first round. Let's see who's going to move on. A little bit of a staging duel. The Rotten Banana creeping in. Maybe he's playing games. No, he's going to go in. Jumping out in front a little bit on the Banana, and can he slip past Pauly? The answer is no. Pauly in the one-eyed RX-7 is going to be moving back into second round for our 630 Street Racer. Old versus new. David Pearson in the Coyote-powered F-150 left-hand side, taking on Josh Carroll in the 1960. Hang on, I gotta find my cheat sheet. That is a 1967 Camaro. You can tell by the fact that it has the, what do you call them, the smoker's windows, the vent windows in the front. And you can also tell by the way it is. He's taking on the Coyote-powered F-150 in the left-hand side. Pro Cars, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Pro Cars, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. And Josh Carroll going in deep on David Pearson. It's not going to work out in his favor. David Pearson goes to the next round. was Dustin Carroll and Eric Warren. Carroll on the right-hand side is going to take the win, goes 6:42 to him. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Coming up next, got Randy Queen, left-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Darren Deal in the C4 Corvette. And the Malibu, left-hand side of the racetrack, sounds like it's shooting some ducks. And Darren Deal on the right-hand side, the C4 Corvette is going to get the win. Shut the fuck up. See, I can look at it when it goes over the side. I won't save it. Left, I'm going to save it. Shaking Bacon, left-hand side of the racetrack, and the gasser, that's Tony Leitner. Excuse me, Troy Leitner. I apologize, Mr. Leitner. Troy Leitner and Shaking Bacon, that is another one of our cars that does a bunch of drag and drive competition here. You see the Southeast Street Heat sticker. That is, it looks like a gasser. You can only see it on the racetrack. But you can see that thing rolling down the road on the highway. Sometimes towing a trailer. Walls up here for his bye run. And that is going to complete. That is going to complete our Street Racer 630 Index class. And we're loading the lanes up right now with our Pro category. So Pro, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. I see drivers getting suited up, which means we're going to put them in the water box. And we're going to continue on with our bracket racing action. Once again, Lil Gangsters, all the Lil Gangsters. If you were knocked out in the first round and you were Lil Gangster's car on the property, you do have the option, $200 option, to jump in with our 28, 10-5, no time, 275 shootout category. You see those cars back up here after we get through with this next round of Pro and Super Pro for their second shakedown. Got a lot of cars to roll through here with our Pro category. We've got 35, 36 cars. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Bring them down, please, for pairing. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Need you to lanes as soon as possible. Bring them down, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you get your Carolina Gold second annual running event merch at the Radio Tire Racers Association merch booth up there. Run up there and grab yourself some gear while you're up there. You can roll over to the concessions, grab yourself a snack. Kettle corn down here. I have a whole bag of kettle corn down here making the tower smell delicious. Pickle Man's rolling around on the property. I believe we saw the flag flying. And maybe you just want a fried bologna sandwich. Probably my favorite thing you can get at the concession stand.
Don't even do it that early. You need to be. Well, you talking about pre-staging lights at the time? Yes. That's your time. I say we're going down the tree.
Here we go. We're going to roll into our first round of eliminations for our pro category. Last time you guys saw them up here, they were just doing their time trial, trying to figure out what this track is going to take and what it's going to make the car run in the conditions. Again, a lot of these guys out here running last night. We ran until almost 1 o'clock in the morning here, finishing up our pro and super pro. These guys put on a great race. But all the data they had last night may not translate very well over to today. Our first pair coming up. Noble Evans in the right-hand side. He's been the first one. This is a man who loves to race. He's been the first one into the lanes at the first call, every single round call, and continues to be Mr. Consistent with the lanes. And I guess that's what it takes to be bracket racer. You got to be consistent. He's going to take on Emmett Knight in the left-hand side in the S10. Knight sitting on 665 to Noble 677. Better reaction for the Mustang in the right-hand side, and Evans is going to go through 676, too quick at 97 miles an hour. He's going to hand the victory over, but not quite as bad as Emmett Knight, who went 661 on his 665. Too quicker. So Noble Evans, Mr. Consistency, going back up again for round number 2. Bringing up Jason Campbell, right-hand side, in the, I believe that is a Grand Prix. Facing Adam Buchanan in the purple Camaro on the left side. Buchanan sitting on 615 to Campbell's 757. Campbell off the line first. Buchanan thinks about it, launches, wheels up. 133 to 60 foot for Buchanan. Can he chase him down? Yes. The answer is 100% yes. Buchanan running 8 10,000ths off his dial in with 6:15.08. Campbell too quick. 7:56 with a 4 and 7:57 dial. Coming up next, Jordan Fildick in the left-hand side. Late model Chevrolet Silverado. Taking on Chris Tucci in the right side in the F body. Tucci's in on 850 dial-in of Philbeck's 11.0. Philbeck off the line first. And Tucci goes 0.20 on the starting line. Trying to bracket race a stick car is not easy work. And Philbeck on the left side goes 11.13 on his 11.0 dial-in on the brakes. And Tucci is going to go 8.89 with a 7. Coming up once again, the Toyota Highlander of Norman Powell on the right-hand side, showing that you don't have to be fast to come out here and compete. That's the whole point of bracket racing. It's about being consistent. Paul Green, the left-hand side of the racetrack. Powell staging deep. Gonna wait for Green to come in. Powell creeping in. There we go. And Green's gonna have a long time to sit here and watch the Highlander run away, and he's got a free shot because Powell has gone red. 7/10,000ths red for the Highlander, so there is no longer a Highlander. The Highlander has been defeated. Paul Green's gonna go 6.13 with a 4. And Robbie Philbeck in the left-hand side in the work truck, doubling as a race vehicle. The F-150 with the stake bed on the back of it. He's going to face Randy Huffman in the late model Challenger on the right-hand side. Huffman sitting on a 770 dial in to Philbeck's 1143. Philbeck stage deep. Off the line first for Philbeck, goes 064 on the tree. Huffman's gonna sit there and think about it for a second. Huffman goes 13.35 on the tree, and a little bit of a misshift. And Robbie Philbeck on the left side is gonna get the win. Goes 1146 on 1143 dial. Randy Huffman, right side, goes 786 on a 770. It's Sam Price, right-hand side, in the Chevrolet Nova, takes on Dalton Dotson, the Fox body. Dalton Dotson in the right side in the Nova is dialed in at 632, takes on Sam Price in the Mustang in the left side. First off the line, Price, 0.14 reaction. Dotson goes 0.23, and he's going to try to chase down Price, and it goes 637 on a 632 dial. Dotson moving on. Lil Gangsters, if you did not win, once again, if you did not win, you want to join the 28,275, come to the RPM Transmissions Tech Trailer, please. Bring $200 and you can keep playing. It's kind of like asking your dad for more quarters at the arcade. Robert Hamrick, left-hand side with the faceless Mopar. Going up against Dustin Cash. Cash, right-hand side, is going to go red by just a little bit, unfortunately. Hamrick, left side, goes 791 on a 790 dial. Dustin Justin Kennedy, left-hand side of the racetrack, dial in on a 710 against Max Cash Jr. with a 682. Corey Dickerson, right-hand side of the racetrack. He's going to go 736 on a 733 dial and get the win against Matt Ward on the left side. Ward a little bit too slow there with 641. Dial went 682. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I have not called any other racers other than our pro category. Please do not bring your cars to staging lanes. The only cars I should have in lanes right now are the cars that are going down the track, and that is pro and pro only. And Ralph Deloach. Double red lights for both racers. However, left-hand side of the racetrack, the wagon is a little less of an offender. Goes 650 on a 648 dial. Benji Wood dialing a 667 in the 66 Nova. Left-hand side of the racetrack is Daryl Powell in 685. And Powell on the left-hand side of the racetrack is going to squeak out the victory. He goes 685 on a 9 on a 685 dial to take the win to Benji Wood 669. And that's going to bring up Chad Dotson, left-hand side of the racetrack, in the green Chevrolet Nova, taking on Dustin Carroll in the Chevy 2, the right side. Similar reaction times for both cars. And Chad Dotson, the left-hand side, is going to go 612, a little too quick, unfortunately, for Dustin Carroll. He also went too quick and went too quicker. So Chad Dotson is going to take the win on the left side. That's going to bring up Franklin Keene in the green Thunderbird in the left side, taking on Josh Carroll once again on the right side of the track. 1967 Camaro. Oh, 3-2 reaction for Keene. Better reaction for Carroll. Can Carroll make up the ground? Carroll is going to take the win. It's 646 and 635 at dial. Chavez in the right-hand side of the racetrack in the 68 Camaro. You can tell because it doesn't have the vent window, and it doesn't have the little side skirt thingies, the side fender thingies that a 69 Camaro would have. Takes on Cameron Stevens. Stevens in the Malibu is going to turn it red, and Chavez is going to get a free run at the track and go 7.2 with an O at 96 miles an hour on a 722 dial. Atkins, right-hand side of the racetrack. Watch for big wheels up action. Like clockwork, moving to the right side of the track a little bit there, and Atkins too quick. He goes 561 on his 565 dial, and Will McNair, left-hand side of the racetrack, went too quick as well, but not quite as bad. Goes 758 to move on to the next round. And that's going to bring up Alan Furr, the Chevrolet Nova, right-hand side. Facing off against Sarah Sinclair in the S10. Furr sitting on a 652 dial-in with the Chevrolet 2 Nova. Sinclair going to try to hit 802. Sinclair off the line first, 069. Alan Furr, right side, goes 006 on the light. Going to try to run her down Sarah on the left side. And yes, it's going to work out in his favor. Breaks out, but not quite as bad as the left lane. Alan Furr goes 651 on a 652 dial in. 5 10,000s off the dial for Alan Furr. Woodring, left-hand side of the wagon, taking on Steve Wagner, the right side, in the Plymouth Duster. I believe that's a Monza wagon. And the wagon goes red. Steve Wagner goes 008 on the light. He goes 644 with an O on a 643 dial.
No, listen over here. She red light. That bottom light came on before he got through that jump. He overstayed. Sure did. He overstaged it. Shit there, right? Hey. Bet that son's gonna know we know anything else out here. Probably got his grip down. Good though. She big, she falling. I think I remember. Super
Pro. Bring him down. Super Pro. I'll take you to lanes, please. Super Pro. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Super Pro, round 1, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down, please. And LeVar Scott, left-hand side of the racetrack, this is a Lil Gangstas re-entry, and he decided, I don't want to go play with the big boys in 28-275, but I will come out here and jump in pro and try to make something happen. Unfortunately for him, too quick. The cool part is, I can tell you how too quick it was, and that goes a 523 on a 530 dial. And if he didn't go red, it might have worked out in his favor. But fortunately for him, there's buybacks in bracket racing. So if he wants to keep running, he can keep paying to play. Bracket racing is kind of like a video game at the arcade. You put quarters in it, you can play as long as you want. Once you run out of quarters, you got to keep winning in order to get to the finish. Man, that's a fantastic analogy that I just made up. Micah Monteleone on the right-hand side in the mod motor, nitrous assisted. Watch for the dirty, crooked launch on this thing. And I mean that in the best way possible. Taking on Kelly Steven on the left side in the Firebird, dialed in a 665 for Steven. Monteleone dialed 633. Steven goes 2 10,000s red, and Monteleone is going to get the win, goes 641 with a 2 on a 633 dial. Super Pro, need you to lanes, Super Pro, bring them down, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2.
Look at that, is that a T-box? Come on, man, you wouldn't look that. Yeah, that's good.
Once again, Lil Gangsters on the property. If you would like to continue to play today, come down to the RPM Transmissions Tech trailer, $200, and you can jump in our no time 28-275 shootout. They're going to be coming up here for their second shakedown after we get through this next round of Super Pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Lil Gangsters, your second round of pairing is posted in the WhatsApp. If you want to see who you are facing off, check on the WhatsApp. The second round is posted on our WhatsApp group. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is round 1 eliminations for your Super Pro contenders. Pulling into the water box now. Crawford to the left side of the racetrack, taking on Justin Coker. Crawford in the rail car, and Coker in the Chevy Love pickup truck. Coker sitting on a 655 dial in. Crawford looking at a 482, trying to run 482 is the magic number. on the right side is going to turn in red. Meanwhile, Lee Crawford is going to go 484 with a 2 to his 482 dial on the left-hand side. Coming up next, another rail car versus door car battle. We got Bobby Buchanan. And the right side taking on Parker Dotson in that blue Chevy 2 Nova, the Voodoo Barbecue Machine. Buchanan, right side, sitting on a 502. Dotson looking for a 507. Watch for a side-by-side launch for both cars here. Should be a good drag race. The better reaction goes to the left-hand side of the track to Dotson, and Dotson's going to get the win. Goes 509 with a 9 on his 507 dial-in. Buchanan on the right side is just slightly too quick. Back up here, another Dotson in the left-hand side. This is Will. Left-hand side of the racetrack, getting the dial in set right. There you go. Junior Raper, the right-hand side of the racetrack in the C3 Corvette, the pace car. Double 05 for Raper in the right-hand side of the track, and Dotson's going to try to chase him down. Is it going to work out? No, it is not. Raper goes 568 with an 8 on the dial in, but Dotson went way too quick trying to catch up. Wasn't going to get there. Dusty Cash completing the burnout. While Isaac Bridges is pulling to the line. Isaac Bridges on the left side of the rail car sitting on 472 dial in, while Dusty Cash right side is going to be looking for 696, something in that territory. So Bridges is going to get a front row seat to watch Mr. Cash get about half track before he takes off. Cash is going to go red as well as Bridges, but Mr. Bridges is going to take the pass at the track anyway and get the win. 472 with a 4 on a 472 dial-in for Bridges. And our next pair coming up here, left-hand side of the racetrack, Tyler Mosey taking on Bruce Bickerton. Bickerton, the right-hand side with the better reaction time. Mosley's going to try to chase him down and is going to capitalize. He goes 453 with a 6 on a 453 dial to Bickerton's 467-2, 461, 7-1. And here we go, coming back up again, right-hand side of the racetrack, Noble Evans. He wasn't the first one in the lanes for Super Pro, but we'll cut him some slack. Evans looking for something in 676 territory. He's taking on Stevie Dustin, GP, left side. Dustin looking for 627 out of the Fox body. And Dustin goes 007 on the tree. And is going to continue to hold on to that lead and gets a 628 with a 4 to a 627 dial to move on to the next round. Evans, the right-hand side, goes 675 on a 676 dial in. Just 7/10,000ths too quick. Barely broke out for Evans on the right-hand side. Coming up next, Michael Borich on the left-hand side takes on Ray Thunderberg, right-hand side. Ray Funderburg goes red in the right lane. He's going to hand the win over to Michael Borich on the left side. Borich goes 514 with a 6 on 517 dial. Coming up next, we got Carl Swain, right side, taking on Emmett Knight. Knight in the S10. Looking for a 661. Swain trying to hit a 627 in the 4-eye Fox body. And both cars going red, with the worst offense going to Emmett Knight in the left-hand side of the racetrack. That means Carl Swain, the right side, is going to break out just a little bit, but he wasn't quite as bad. So Swain's going to move on with 625 with a 1. Fred Hagberg, left side of the blue rail car. Facing up against the door car of Jake Tucker on the right side. Tucker looking for something 600, and Hagberg looking for a 494 out of the rail car. Hagberg on the right-hand side is going to go Hagberg goes 495 on a 494 dial-in and is going to relinquish the win to Jake Tucker on the right side on a 6007 on a 600 dial. Gail Wisnan, the right-hand side of the rail car, takes on Billy Varner III, the left side in the black S10. Varner, another one, has been putting in lap after lap on this vehicle for the past couple of days here. Double entered in 2 categories, racing day in and day out. Billy Varner looking for a 626. that. The right lane goes 005 on the reaction time, trying to chase down Varner, and is too quick. He's going to break out. Billy Varner left side goes 626 with an O on a 626 dial-in. 1/10,000th of a second off of the dial for Varner. That is essentially the perfect run for him. And Renee Dotson on the right side, the black dragster, is going to take on Chris Bumgardner in the dog. Back up here once again. Bumgarner left side turns it red. Dotson right side goes 460 on a 461 dial. Steve Williams, the dragster, the right side, looking for 439 dial-in. That's a very fast car. I would argue it's probably one of the quickest cars here today, so pay attention to that. Fun to watch. And he's going to take on Todd Robinson in the 1929, I believe it's a Model A hot rod, left side of the racetrack. Robinson's going to be looking for 672. Mr. Williams in the right-hand side of the racetrack goes way red. It goes 451 at 158 miles an hour, and Robinson goes 672 with a 4 on a 672 dial in. And Chris Reeves, left-hand side of the racetrack in the POW MIA Tribute Camaro Corvette, excuse me, I apologize. That is a Corvette. That is the flagship vehicle for Chevrolet, not a Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Max Cash Jr. in the Camaro, dialed in 682. And Cash is going to go red on the right side, and Reeves is going to go through 632 on a 628 dial. Another rocket ship backing up here to the starting line. Par Racing engines powered. Bud Humphreys in that dragster on the right side. Takes on Donnie Walker. I believe that's a Dodge Dart on the left side of the track. I'll play it safe and call it a Mopar. Humphreys, curse of the right lane for the rail cars continues. Humphreys goes red to hand the Walker over to, hand the win over to Donnie Walker to the left-hand side. Walker goes 695 with a 1 on a 696 dial-in. Unfortunately for Donnie, it went red. And that's going to bring up Adam Malibu Cannon in the right-hand side. And he's taken up against Nick Dietz in the left-hand side. It's in the, I believe that's a Cutlass. That's the tricky part with these GM vehicles. Cutlass, Monte Carlos, Grand Prix, Regals, they all look so similar, so it's real hard. Once you take the badges off, it's hard to tell. But I can tell what's in the right side. That is a Malibu, driven by Adam Buchanan. And Adam Buchanan taking it off and leaving some of the prettiest wheelie launches that we've seen all day. Unfortunately, he is not going to take the win. Adam breaks out on the right-hand side, as does Dietz, but Dietz a little bit less. Dietz goes 656 with a 9 out of 657 to take the win. And that's going to bring up a pair of dragsters. Black and orange rail on the left side is being piloted by Jamie Schuler, taking on the Pontiac-powered rail on the right-hand side. I do not have a name. Right side dial in at 490. And Mr. Schuler sitting on a 445. Schuler going to try to run down the car in the right lane and is going to capitalize. Schuler goes 446 with a 1 on a 445 dial-in. Right lane goes 490 with a 1 on a 490 dial-in. That one was 1 on the tree. Coming up next, we got Tony Ruff in the right-hand side in the Chevy 2. No pun intended, well, full pun intended. Tony had a rough first pass. As you can see, this car is incomplete, meaning the hood went airborne. So trying to do his best impression of our festivities out here last week when we lost a door into the trees. Tony Bufflin Hood unfortunately departed the chat. He's going to face Joseph Bagwell. So if you're wondering what a Chevy 2 looks like with a hood, take a look at the left lane. If you want to know what a Chevy 2 Nova looks like without a hood, well, take a look at the right lane. It looks like the check engine light on the right lane was on, and so they're checking, and yes, the engine is still there. A little bit confusion in the left side. They're like, how do I know if the engine's there if the hood's still on? Joseph Bagwell trusting that he has a motor installed in his Chevrolet 2 Nova. He's going to start to creep up towards the light. Tony Ruff looking for a 622, Bagwell looking for a 478. Ruff gonna get the head start. A bit of a stumble. It looks like Ruff's car is moving around a little bit on the top end. Looks like a little bit of chassis issue there, a little wiggle. Left-hand side goes through 480 for Bagwell. $28,275, $28,275, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down for your second shakedown, $28,275, first call for your second shakedown, $28,275, first call, second shakedown, and last chance for any Lil Gangsters that want to jump in. This would be your last chance to try to get another shakedown. Want to, bring down $200 and your car and get lanes 1 and 2. Cody Oxer, left side of the racetrack, looking for a 588 on this dial, and Travis Varner, right side in the S10, wants 631. Varner goes 024 on the light to Oxer's 033. Better reaction for the right lane, and it's going to pay off. Varner, the right side, goes 631 with a 7 to 631 dial in. Once again, $28,275, $28,275. Bring it down for your second shakedown. call you lanes. Right-hand side of the racetrack, the high-flying S10 Blazer of Trevor Jenkins last night capitalized and won here. He's trying to see if he can do it again. He's going against CJ Curtis in the left-hand side of the racetrack. I believe that's a Barracuda known as El Toro. Like clockwork, Jenkins hanging the hoops, got a little bit excited there and went red just a little bit, hands the win over to Mr. Curtis. But he said, you know what? I don't care if I went red, wheelies are still fun. Tim Allen, no relation, right side of the racetrack in the 69 Camaro. It's going to face up against Ken Butler, left side. Butler looking for 7:03 out of the Nova to Allen's 5:48. 28.275, 28.275. Bring them down. Butler goes way red in the left lane, hands the win to Allen. Allen goes 5:50.0 on a 5:48 dial.
Oh, yeah. Willis. Yeah. What great time. I had two of them, man. One like that.
So we got our last pair of Super Pro. Last pairs of Super Pro coming into the lanes, or into the water. After we run out the rest of our round one of Super Pro here, we're gonna do a quick track touch-up and roll into our second shakedown. Todd Sinclair on the right-hand side. Going up against Jared Knoll in the Mustang on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Sinclair driving the, I believe it's a Henry J. Is that correct? I could be completely wrong. Someone I'm sure will tell me. Wrong, that is not a Henry J. I have no idea what that is. To the right-hand side. Now it's gonna bother me, and I'm gonna have to find out, but that is Todd Sinclair, I do know that, and he's looking for a 572 to Jared Knowles 496. Sinclair gonna move on, and I have another round to try to figure out what it is that he's driving. Sinclair goes 573, but it ain't on a 572. Noel went red by 7/10,000ths. 7,000ths, excuse me. Coming up next, Paul Green, left side of the racetrack, takes on Brett Buchanan. Racers, last chance. This is your last chance if you want to get into this 28.275 shootout. If you are a Lil Gangstas competitor that was knocked out in round one of eliminations and you want to take a shot at 28.275 in order to keep some laps down, this is your opportunity to come down here. Please come to the RPM Transmissions Tech Trailer and see Mr. John Sears. Left side, Paul Green looking for 618 out of the Chevelle, and Buchanan right side wants a 503 out of his dragster. Buchanan right side goes red just a hair and goes 501 at 136. 501 with a 3 on his 503 dial in. But he's going to hand the victory over to Paul Green on the left side. Green went a 6'11" on his 6'18". Unfortunately, he was not as big of an offender of the breakout as Buchanan was. And that's going to wrap up our round one of Super Pro. We're going to do a little bit of track touch-up, and then we're going to roll into our second shakedown for our 28-275 racers. Once again, Lil Gangsters racers on the property. If you lost in the round one and you would like to come back up here and try to take another crack at the track, $200, bring your car down. We're about to do our second shakedown for 28-275. Come down to the RPM trailer, bring $200. And right now is a perfect time to head over to the Radial Tire Racers Association booth, get yourself some merch. Remember your time spent here at Carolina Gold. It's the second annual running presented by Hoosier Tires. Our concession stands are open, so if you're hungry, want a snack, want something to drink, get a beverage. And we appreciate everybody coming out here to Shadyside to joining us for Carolina Gold. Fantastic weather, great day of racing. We got a lot more to come. So we will start our second shot at our 28-275, the quickest small tire cars we got on the property. We're going to be taking another crack at this track. There's some people looking for redemption. There's some people looking to get one good pass out of it. They have yet to do so that they have something when it comes to eliminations. And then there's also just a handful of Lil Gangsters guys out here trying to put down more and more laps and just continue to get data and put runs on the board. And the hopes that they can get into the show. The big show being the Lil Gangster shootout at the Ronnie Buff Memorial, aka King of the South, coming up here in a few weeks at Shadyside. If you guys have not heard of that event, you need to look it up. Biggest event we had here, capacity crowd last year. Completely, we had to shut it down. We couldn't let any more people on the property. Like, we had no room to park anybody. So if you missed it last year, you do not want to miss it. It's the biggest event that we have here. And it is the flagship for Shadyside. And a lot of people want to be on that roster. And the only way you can get there is with an invitation. And we're giving away 8 of those invitations to our top 8 contenders for Lil Gangsters. And we cannot forget our 630 street racer class. Our 630 class, we've got over 20 cars on the property here. That class is quickly becoming very, very packed with a bunch of heavy hitters. So we will be back to racing as soon as we get finished touching up the starting line here. Spray a little bit of glue down. We'll be back with our no time 275 second shakedown.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, we got some downtime, guys. I got a couple things I need to tell you. First of all, guys, check your lugs and your forelinks. I have found 2 bolts in the staging lanes. These are very important, or nuts, not bolts, 2 nuts. These are very important. Guys, go over your cars. I have found 2 so far. I thought the first one was a fluke, but now I have found 2. So go over your car's lugs and your forelinks. This is either a lug or a forelink nut, or ladder bar, somewhere in there. So attention to the pits, drivers, check your cars out. I have found 2 lugs or bolts. Could be a lug or it could be a forelink nut. Second of all, I want to wish Sarah Wright a happy birthday. Sarah Wright, happy birthday. We're going to be down for just a second. Track prep. The temperature's just right. The sun's out beautiful today to build a lot of rubber, and that can upset the cars a little bit when you're trying to lay down as much power as some of these guys. So no time cars to lanes 1 and 2. No time cars to lanes 1 and 2. Buybacks are beside the RPM trailer, guys. If you're wanting to buy back, it is first or second round. First or second round. You can buy back first round or second. You can't do both. Cannot do both. First or second round buybacks are pro and super pro down there at the table beside the RPM trailer.
It's going to get missing. It's going to be a wall and a walking door. And she's going to turn that into a...
No time cars to lanes 1 and 2. As soon as we're done with track prep, you'll be hitting the track, and then we'll be back in action with Lil Gangsters.
Hey, It don't hang like that, does it? You gotta have a head
Lil Gangsters, round 2, pairs 1 through 4. Lil Gangsters, pairs 1 through 4, bring them down to lanes. If you don't know, check out the WhatsApp. Round 2 is posted on there. Also, the 630 Racers, your round 2 pairing is on the WhatsApp as well. But right now, I will take Lil Gangsters, pairs 1 through 4, for round 2 to the back of the lanes.
Unless you get really ready.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Lil Gangsters, pairs 5 through 9. Pairs 5 through 9 for Lil Gangsters round 2. Back in the lanes for staging. Back in the lanes. lanes for staging Lil Gangsters pairs 5 through 9. Into the pits, all remaining pairs of Lil Gangsters in the lanes. All remaining pairs for Lil Gangsters, round 2 to the lanes. Drivers in the staging lanes, I wouldn't be too far from your automobiles. If you are, I would get near them. I believe we're going to be parking the tractor here momentarily and going back into racing. Rolling right into our second shakedowns for our no time 28-275 shootout. Once again, if you guys are here on the property and you want to take home some merch from today from Carolina Gold, second annual running, presented by Hoosier Racing Tires. The Radial Tire Racing Association booth, the Salvato Designs booth, is right up there on top of the hill. We appreciate the Radial Tire Racing Association being the title sponsor for our 28-275 Outlaws, presented by IRD Racing Carburetors. There's going to be the next cars you're going to see on track. So those are the heavy hitters. They're going to lead the way into our second round of eliminations for Lil Gangstas. And we're getting a thumbs up. We're going to spray some water down, and we're going to begin doing some burnouts, and we're rolling right into 275 Outlaw. And a car known only as El Chapo up here in the tower, because I don't have any information on the driver. El Chapo being piloted, I believe, is Kyle Wright on the right-hand side. Wright's going to make a solo pass here. First car down the track and going to test the sticky icky of Shadyside. And I would say that, well, at least the first 300 feet of this racetrack are working, according to Mr. Wright. Excellent job on carrying the tires half track and setting it down nice and easy. So hats off to the driver for keeping that thing situated. So now that we've had our litmus test, Mr. Porter in the left side is going to give us a report on the left-hand lane. And all the hats on the starting line are safe. And Jason Black on the right-hand side, one of our little gangsters, he got knocked out in the first round. He's coming up here to make his shakedown for 28s. It'll be interesting to see if Jason Black has taken the reins off the car or if he's going to try to put up another 530. Danny Porter last week sent the door into the woods. He's got a fresh one on here. Pay attention down there on the big end, because a lucky fan might get to take home a souvenir off of Mr. Porter's car. Hopefully that does not happen this pass. And a small block supercharged Camaro on the right-hand side of Jason Black getting lined up. Porter with the pre-stage lid waiting on Black. Crew guys backing away. Black rolls in. Lights coming down. I'm not going to speculate, but I don't think that was Lil Gangstas' trip. But good Lord. Dawson Fain in the right-hand side in the Fox body. Dawson Fain on the right-hand side is going to face off against Jeff Shaver in the Black Widow. Dawson Fain, the right-hand side, getting lined up. Jordan Tuck over there, the left-hand side, lining up. Mr. Shaver. Plug your ears, ladies and gentlemen, because Jeff Shaver is about to blow out your eardrums. Mr. Shaver in the left-hand side is letting everybody in the surrounding counties know that we come to party here at Shadyside. Ladies and gentlemen, put it together for Mr. Shaver. That was an outstanding pass. Michael Nell in the right-hand side of the racetrack is up here once again. Has not been able to put anything together to get this car to move off the starting line. So he is trying to make an actual A to B pass right now, looking for something. Just to know that he has a shot, I believe. And on the left hand, it's Dylan Gouge, purging the nitrous in the SN95. Can we get a hold of it in the right lane with Clyde? Can he put something together for Michael Nell? Let's see. Nell gets a hold of it. He is going to be extremely pleased with that, I believe, because it actually made it off the starting line for the first time in the past couple of days. Josh Turner, the right-hand side. He was our previous champion last week for Lil Gangstas. Unfortunately, his luck did not continue here, and he got knocked out in the first round, so he's back up here to try his hand at a different category. So this is the second time he has entered a race competitively, and this is the second category. He's like, you know what? I was pretty decent at Lil Gangstas. Let's see what we can do over here in this 28-inch tire stuff with the big boys. And then he watched the pass that Michael Nell just put down in the right-hand lane. And he's probably second-guessing that decision. Left-hand side of the racetrack, that's Caden Pacehour. This is a fresh combination, I believe. Jordan Tuck lining up Caden. Both cars fighting for traction immediately off the hit. I believe Mr. Turner there was trying to swing a little harder than Lil Gangstas trim, and the track was not going to take it. .630 Street Racer, you are on standby. Do not come down yet, but you are on standby. We will be calling you very, very soon. Please do not come down yet. But maybe you got a golf cart, you know, maybe hook it up. Terrence Whalen, left-hand side, the box Chevy, up here to finish out our no-time shootout. Shakedowns. I need my Barrett Shook Motorsports 630 Street Race. First 5 pairs, pairs 1 through 5, 630 Street Race. 630 Street Race, first 5 pairs. Please bring them down to the back of the lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are rolling into round 2 of the Strange Engineering Lil Gangstas. Presented by Salvado Designs. Salvado Designs had the booth up there as our Radials Hard Racers Association booth. You can go up there and get yourself some merch for today's festivities. And our buy run for round 2 of Lil Gangstas, on the right-hand side of the racetrack, that's Daniel Toothman. Part of the Big Wang Gang. It's the Big Wing Gang. Toothman putting the Hoosiers to work on the back of the car and making a nice A to B pass. And that'll bring along TJ Jenkins in the right-hand side. TJ Jenkins on the right-hand side, and Papa Smurf is going to face off against the Jeff Allen in the Camaro, left-hand side. and says left-hand side. Jeff Allen is going to move on. TJ Jenkins, unfortunately, Papa Smurf is out. Oh. And the race that I kind of did not want to see happen because just admittedly a huge fan of the SN95 body Mustang. So when there's one this is like trying to figure out which kid you like more. And unfortunately for Kirk Thompson, I'm not a big fan of convertibles. So I gotta go with the right lane here. Jonathan Horn, with one of the prettiest paint jobs on the property, is gonna face off against Kirk Thompson, left-hand side of the drop top type. If you guys want another useless piece of trivia, if you look at the back of the cars, both cars, look at the taillights. The right-hand side, the taillights go horizontally. The one on the left side, they go vertically. The one on the left side is 96 to 98, and the one on the right is 94 to 95. That's how you can tell which one has a mod motor and which one has the 5-liter Windsor. There you go. There's a useless piece of information that now you can't unknow. Thompson going to go in first. Horn building the boost. Side by side, this is a drag race, ladies and gentlemen. Barn burner, top end is going to say right side. Jonathan Horn with the root beer brown Mustang is going to move on to round 3. It's Strange Engineering of Lil Gangsters. Coming up in the right hand side, the C5 Corvette of Grady Underwood. Going to face off against Tyler Piercy, left hand side of the racetrack. Harrell Engine and Dyno on the back glass. Happy birthday to Peter Harrell. I know he's not here, but maybe he'll hear it somehow. It is actually, in fact, his birthday. And if he is here, make sure you guys go see Pete and tell him happy birthday. He would love that. Right-hand side, Grady Underwood. I continue to talk about this Corvette because, I don't know, there's what my job is. I'm up here to talk about cars. Grady Underwood, this car's still independent rear suspension. So trying to do things the hard way when it comes to drag racing. Tyler Piercy, left side, and the F body is bumping in. Build boost. Grady Underwood's already in. And Underwood toting the tires, bouncing the front end like a basketball, and is going to gather it up and take the win. The Corvette is going to move on to round 3. And Tyler Piercy, unfortunately, that is going to end his day of competition. Another HED equipped vehicle, left-hand side, the Buick Regal T-Type body, but that does not sound like the 3.8 liter V6. And judging by the banner on the back of it, I don't believe that it is. That's David Natter. On the right side, we got Bobby McNair in the Fox body. And office guy Lee over there in the left lane, helping Mr. Natter line up. Office guy Lee got the camera out over there. And Bobby McNair going to get off the line first and going to get the win. Something happened over there in the left lane for Mr. Natter. Unfortunately, hands the win over. 630 Street Racer, 630 Street Racer. Bring them on down. All remaining cars from 630 Street Racer, bring them down. Jacob Pearson on the right-hand side of the racetrack in the red Fox body is going to take on John Mankia on the left-hand side. Mankia had the bye run in the first round, so he's had an easy trip thus far. Nice and tidy side by side. Both cars battling to the very end, and Mankia on the left-hand side is going to squeak out the victory. Kyle Cartwright, left side, in the Malibu wagon. I believe that's a Malibu wagon, or is that a Caprice wagon? Regardless, it's a General Motors wagon. It's going to face off against Jeff Bagwell in the Chevy 2 on the right side. Both competition engines under the hood. If the stickers are correct. Turning the tire a little too hard and drifting his way. Using about 700 feet to do 660, and that's not the way to get down the racetrack. So Carl Cartwright, left side, is going to take the win. The big monster donk. If it had rims on it, it would be a donk, and you can find this thing with rims on it, and you can try your luck. That's Shane Speed on the left-hand side in the big Impala, taking on Ray Morton in the right side. Ray Morton in Lucius, the GMC S15. If you have an opportunity, you're walking around the pits. I know there's a lot of hills here. I mean, sometimes maybe you gotta get your steps in. Swing by Shane Speed's pit, check this thing out. It's insanely cool. Steve Morris engine underneath the hood. That's the SML, all billet construction aluminum LS. He's going against Ray Morton in his beautiful S15. And the big monster donk is going to get there first as Mr. Morton on the right-hand side kicks the tire on the initial hit. So we will see Shane Speed in the big Chevy back around again. It's going to bring along Charles Richards on the left side with the slightly scuffed, the scratch and dent Nova. And he's going to take on Caden Paysauer on the right side. Street Racer in the pits. Attention to pits. 240, car 240 and car 21 for Street Race. I need you to lanes for pairing. All remaining cars from Street Racer should be in the lanes already. So 630 Street Racer, if you're not in the lanes, you're still in this competition. You should have been down here. If for some reason you have a breakage or something, please send someone down to let us know down by the trailer. And Charles Richards, Kate Paysauer, are going to help us round out our 530 category. Looked like Paysauer had a bumper on him there for a little bit, and he lost it pretty quickly. And left-hand side, Mr. Charles Richardson, the scratch and bent Nova, is going to move on to the next round of Lil Gangsters. Once again, 630 Street Racer, 630 Street Racer, last remaining cars I need you down here. I'm looking for car number 21. And car 240, David Pearson, car 240. Cameron Wallace, car number 21. Need your lanes for your next round. In the lanes right now, the left one is Joe Robinson in the GMC Canyon. And in the right lane, we got Chase Mueller, the supercharged Fox body. I know that because I can see it. Joe Robinson in the left lane, GMC Canyon, is going to take the win on that one. I'm not allowed to say what happened, but I think everybody can just basically tell if you watch that race what happened. That is, that's the way the cookie crumbles here in Index Racing. And here we go. That was your buy run for 630 Street Race. This is your Barrett Schick Motorsports, the title sponsor for our 630 Street Race, presented by Emotion Raceworks. That was Tim Lawrence in the right-hand side. Coming up next, we got Cody Gibson, left-hand side of the racetrack, taking on James Meredith in the Ford, I believe this is a Ford Capri. I had to sit here and stare at it for a little bit and make sure I was reading the hood right. In the left side of the racetrack, I believe that's a Mopar. Cody Gibson in the Mopar, left-hand side of the racetrack, is not going to get it done, unfortunately for him, and we will see the Capri and James Meredith back up again for round number 3. Coming up next, Dawson Pauly, right-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Wayne Lingerfeld. Pauly in there opening up the nitrous. Off the line, looking up at the big end, survey says Dawson Pauly moving on to round number 3. The RX-7. See him back up here with the one headlight. Left side, that's Trevor Jenkins in the hoodless Fox body. The one with a hood on it, right-hand side of the racetrack, is Emery Bright. Bright name, bright and finish. This car, I need sunglasses to look on it. Polished wheels on it, looking great. Well, the Luma Stars up front. An often divisive wheel. Some people love it, some people hate it. Left side of the racetrack, Trevor Jenkins, Turbo LS power. Up and in. And both cars falling silent on the big end as they both stare at each other. And they play the age-old game of, no, you hang up. No, you hang up. And it looks like Emery Bright is going to take the win on that one. And the hang-up game works out in Emery's favor. Deal on the right side, the C4 Corvette is going to face off against Dustin Carroll. The C4, one of the odd choices for a drag car, but we appreciate Derek coming out here. Wheels up for Carroll. It looks like Deal's out front a little bit and not sure if he's going to be able to get... Nope. And Carroll is going to get the win. Pro lanes 1 and 2. Pro lanes 1 and 2. Pro lanes 1 and 2. Bring them down. Pro to lanes 1 and 2. David Pearson left side. Coyote F-150 taking on Cameron Walls on the right side. Walls will be piloting the second generation Camaro. In, pre-stage bringing it in. Wall's gonna follow. And Pearson walking away, jumping on the brakes, is gonna scrub off enough. Does not look like it. And Cameron in the right-hand lane is going to take the win and on to round 3. Fortunately for David Pearson, though, he can turn on his air conditioning now and drive home in comfort in the F-150. Meanwhile, Cameron Walls is circling back to the time slip booth, waiting to take off his fire jacket as fast as possible. Pro, I need you lanes 1 and 2. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Bring them down. rolling into our next round of our pro bracket. Like clockwork, Noble Evans, the first pair down for our pro category. Unfortunately, that might be the last one for him today, as he gets eliminated by Adam Buchanan in the left side. Buchanan was 6'16" with a 2 on a 6'15" dial-in. Coming up next, left side, Jordan Philbick and Randy Huffman. Creeping into the beams on the left side right now is Sarah Sinclair in the S10 and Jason Campbell on the right-hand side of the racetrack in the Grand Prix. Sinclair with a better reaction time. Can she hold off the chase of Campbell? Survey says yes. Sinclair goes 8.04 with a 2 on an 8 flat dial. Attention racers in the pits, we are out of methanol at our fuel station, so if you're looking for methanol. But if you do need methanol for today, please come down to CSM Tower. We can see what we can do. We may have some hidden somewhere. Norman Powell in the Highlander bought back in. And Chad Dotson's gonna try to run him down. Dotson is gonna do it. 6:35 on a 6:14. The Highlander about 2 seconds off its normal pace. Left side of the racetrack. The green Thunderbird back up here one more again. That's Franklin Keene. Keene is chasing an 8.76 out of the Thunderbird. And you got Benji Wood on the right-hand side of the Chevy 2. Wood looking to try and get a 6.69 out of the car. green, fully staged. Wood rolling in. And Keen turns it red. Keen turns it red. Wood in the right-hand side is going to go 667 on his 669 dial-in. And the double-duty work truck with a lawn doctor on the left-hand side. Back up here. It's Robbie Philbeck facing off against Dustin Cash. Light for Philbeck on the left-hand side. Cash, and he gets antsy for Cash, and he's going to go red by quite a bit. Paving the way to Philbeck. Paul Green to the left-hand side, and the Chevelle is going to face Bobby Houston. Custom lead sled, right-hand side. Houston off the line a little too prematurely. It's going to hand over the win to Paul Green. Both racers going double red on that last pass. Not something either one of them will be proud of. However, it did work out in the favor of Green, so Green gets to continue on. And that's going to bring up our next pair of Daryl Powell on the right side, facing Will McNair in the Fox body. The Mopar on the right-hand side of the track has a real Ricky Bobby Fig Newton thing going on with the windshield here. There's a little bit more room there. You can find some more stickers on. And a better reaction to the right-hand side for Powell. Top end says Powell 687 on a 684 at 93.6 miles per hour. McNair the left side goes 75 with an 8 on a 756 dial. Our next pair, Shannon Woodring left side takes on Corey Dickerson in the big Monte Carlo. Something about a Monte Carlo. It gets away with having just an obnoxiously tall ride height. It still looks good doing it somehow. In the dirt stance wagon, Shannon Woodring on the left side. Looking for a 624. Survey says 622 for the left-hand side, too quick, and wouldn't really matter anyway because he went red-handed the win right off the rip to Dickerson. Dickerson goes 743 on a 734 dial. Generation F-Body Firebird. Kelly Steven left side takes on Dalton Dawson. A couple 6-second rides. Dawson looking for a 32 to Kelly Steven 64 over there. Both deep stage. Stevens out in front, looks like, from here, and yep, survey says. Dotson, 633 with a 1 on a 632 dial-in. Justin Kennedy in your right-hand side of the racetrack in the Camaro. Going up against the Mopar of Robert Hamrick. Hamrick in the open-face Mopar looking for a 790 to Kennedy in the right side looking for a 690 in the F-body. Hamrick goes just red a little bit, and Kennedy is going to get a free one, and Kennedy goes 680 on a 90 dial. And Cameron Stevens at the left side with the Malibu wagon. Again, period correct, Garfield window, sticky toy in the window. Takes on Ben Atkins in the right side. Pay attention to this Camaro on the right side. It's been throwing down some killer wheelies all day, and we are fortunate that we get to watch them time and time again. So I'll stop running my mouth and watch the show. Atkins toting the front end all the way to the 60-foot and going to hand the win over to Cameron Stevens. Atkins going too quick, 554 on his 58 dial. Stevens in the left side with the wagon, and Garfield goes 1021 and 1017. Lil Gangsters and 630, your pairings are on the app. If you want to see who your opponent is for the next round, your pairings have been uploaded. Right now we got Ralph DeLeoch in the right side, taking on Steve Wagner. Wagner going red, handing the win to the right lane, and Ralph DeLeoch is going to go 708 to the 4 at 707, or at 98 miles an hour. Josh Carroll in the 1967 Chevrolet Camaro takes on Sam Price. And Price turning red. But first is worse. Carroll goes red as well. However, it does not matter. He's already won by default. And Carroll gets another free shot and goes 635 with a 3 on a 639 dial. And that's going to bring up the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro of Andy Chavez on the right side, taking on Matt Ward in the 1969 Camaro. We just had 6, 7. I don't see everybody doing it. Camaro, a 68 and a 69. Chavez goes 8-10 foul red, just barely handed the win to Ward in the left-hand side. A 645 with a 1 on a 641 dial-in for Ward. And Alan Farrote left side in the wagon. Takes on Dustin Carroll. Carroll in the Chevy 2. He wants to see something a road over there looking for a 48. Wheels up, launch out of the Nova, puts him out front just a little bit, playing the pedal fast, and yes, it's going to work out to his advantage. Carroll is going to move on with a 627 with a 1. Both cars going a little too quick, but it worked out for Carroll. He was the least of the two offenders. Coming up now, Micah Monteleone in the right-hand side in the wagon. There's a Mercury Zephyr wagon. Basically, if you flipped it over and looked underneath of it, it would look just like a Fox body, maybe a little bit longer. If you pop the hood, it would look like a newer Mustang, a little bit. You'd be like, why does this car have so many timing chains on it? And unless that tastes Alan Furr. And Monteleone on the right side with one of the funnest launches to watch. However, he's going to go too quick, 631 on a 635 for the right-hand side. Alan Furr also breaking out as well, just not quite as bad as Monteleone. Goes 650 with a 2 on a 652 dial. And that's going to eliminate the rest of our competitors today, or not eliminate, excuse me, that's going to finish out the rest of our pro category. Super Pro, bring them down. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Let's go, Super Pro. And while we are filling the lanes with our next round of Super Pro racers, just a reminder, I'm about to put this microphone down and enjoy my own bologna sandwich, and you can be like me and head up to the concession stands. We got kettle corn, funnel cakes, Oreos. You can read the menu, just like anybody else. Also, while you're up there, after you're done enjoying your delicious feast, powdered sugar off your fingers and head over to the Radial Tire Racers Association booth. Get yourself some Carolina Gold merch. Remember the fun time you had here at Shadyside Dragway. We're going to load up our lanes with our Super Pro racers coming up here for round 2 of eliminations and continue with the festivities here at Carolina Gold, presented by Hoosier Tires. Bobby Buchanan, right-hand side of the racetrack in the rail car, looking for a 501. And Emmett Knight, left-hand side, is looking for a 660 in our Super Pro. Buchanan goes 003, superior reaction time, and rolls through at a 500 with a 3 to take the win away from Emmett Knight. Knight broke out by quite a bit. Left-hand side of the racetrack in the Voodoo Barbecue Nova. Facing Adam Malibu Buchanan in the right-hand side. Watch for the Malibu big wheels up action. Luckily for Parker Dotson, he gets to sit there for a second to watch Adam Buchanan's beautiful and upcoming wheelie. As we all wait in anticipation. Once again, Adam Buchanan with the wheels up launch. And we get to watch it one more again next round because Mr. Dotson, left-hand side of the racetrack, went red. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Malibu Buchanan. Dang near put it on the bumper for your entertainment, and we appreciate that. Coming up next, Carl Swain in the right side in the Fox body takes on Billy Varner III in the black Chevrolet S10 left side of the racetrack. Varner looking for something in the 627 range. Swain looking for a 25. So should see some side-by-side off the line right here. A good old-fashioned drag race. Better reaction time goes to Varner, left-hand side of the racetrack. Swain trying to chase him down. Survey says both of them going a little too quick, but Carl Swain is going to take on the victory and move on to the next round. 624 on his 641 dial-in. That was a battle of, 624 and 625 dial-in. Lee Crawford, left side of the racetrack. The dragster completes the burnout, backs it up to the starting line. And Ray Funderburg in the C3 Corvette, right side. Funderburg with the best reaction time out of the pair, going 006, is going to squeak out the win and go 642 with a 6 on a 641 dial-in to put Donnie Walker out. I apologize, Lee Crawford, I said Donnie Walker. The screen changed in front of me. Donnie Walker is currently sitting in the left-hand lane. He is still into the Mopar. Mr. Walker will be facing Jake Tucker. Chevrolet Monza on the right-hand side. And wheels up, Walker is way out in front, and he's going to stay there and take home the win as Mr. Tucker on the right-hand side goes red. Walker runs 692 with a 3 on a 694 dial. And that's going to bring up our next pair of dragsters. Ronnie Dotson, the right-hand side of the racetrack. Renee Dotson, on the right-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Will Dotson. It's a family affair, Dotson family. Dotson family. It said instead of fighting at the dinner table, we're going to settle it right here. And Will Dotson in the left-hand side of the racetrack is going to get the win. 464 on a 463 dial-in. Renee on the right-hand side goes 001 red, unfortunately. Left side, Isaac Bridges. And Bridges faces Noble Evans on the right side. Fox Body double entered in pro and super pro back up here once again. Evans is seeking something around a 672. Exactly 2 seconds slower than Isaac Bridges. Bridges goes 0018 on the light and goes through a 470 too quick. And Noble Evans going to move on with a 674 and a 6. Incredible reaction time for Isaac Bridges. However, the car itself, too fast. Cody Oxner left side. The Monza back up here once again. Takes on Gail Wisnat on the right side. With the better reaction time on the left-hand side. Can he hold off Gale? No, not going to do it. Goes too quick. Wisner, right side, goes 472 with a 2 on her 472 dial-in. Oxner broke out by 0013. And Chris Reeves in the Tribute Corvette, I almost called it a Camaro, on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Corvette on Corvette, C3, C3. Two beautiful cars. The Indy Pace car on the right-hand side of the racetrack, driven by Junior Draper, and takes on Chris Reeves. A lot of smoke, a lot of spitting coming out of the side of the right side of the racetrack. Wasn't the prettiest of passes, but still works out in favor of Rayford. Goes 575 with a 3 on a 568 dial-in. A little bit of issues out of the left side. Reeves on the left side of the racetrack there sounded like he's breaking up a little bit. About a half second off the pace of what he was looking for. And the wheel-standing S10 Blazer of Trevor Jenkins. This thing is drastically overdue for a trans fluid change. There we go. Ooh, about 200 feet, maybe 150. That might be a new high score for Trevor Jenkins. Unfortunately, that might be his last run of the day, unless he can buy back. Jenkins went 002 red. But was bang on his dial-in, but unfortunately, you can't go red. And first is worst. Ken Butler on the left side went too quick. However, Jenkins threw it away on the, but he did a cool wheelie, which I can't be mad about that. Coming up next, right-hand side, Chevy Love pickup. That's Justin Coker taking on Tim Allen in the left side. The 69 Camaro. Whoa! And Tim Allen's car making a hard right, almost tagged the wall before you'd reach the 60-foot cone, the guardrail there. And Justin Coker is going to get a free one there. I believe, I'm assuming by the car number that this is in fact that 1929 Model A on the left-hand side of the racetrack. So how about that? You got a car that's literally almost 100 years old. Well, at least the body of it. I doubt everything else underneath of it is. But that is driven by Todd Robinson on the left-hand side, Steve Williams on the right side in the matte black dragster. Williams looking for 439 out of the dragster. And Robinson's chasing a 668 out of the hot rod. Beam axle up front too. I bet you that's fun to steer on the big end. Slightly better reaction for Williams. Can he get there? Yes, he's going to get it done. 4:49, a little off the dial, but fortunately for him, he was on a better pace. And unfortunately for Todd Robinson, that will be his losing round. Dustin Cash to the right side of the Fox body, complete the burnout, rolling up to the line to take his shot and see what he can do against Mr. Tyler Mosley. Mosley left side of the dragster looking for 453, and Dustin Cash wants something around a 697. Right lane goes red, hands the win to Mosley. Mosley runs through 461 with a 7 on a 453 dial. Unfortunately for Cash, he goes just barely red. Left-hand side of the racetrack, that's Nick Dietz in the Cutlass, facing against Bud Humphreys. The rail on the right-hand side. Humphreys chasing a 447. And Bud Humphreys is going to get the win. 447 with a 5 on a 447 dial-in. Travis Varner, right-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Stevie Dustin in Cheap Heat. Side by side off the line. I think they're going to be staring at each other, playing the pedal fest up top, and maybe they should have, because Travis Varner just ran a 6.32 and a 3. to take the win. Steve Dustin is going to wish he pedaled a little bit. Left side of the racetrack, that's Michael Borich. And Borich with the better reaction time. And Borich goes 5:17 with an O on a 5:16 dial-in. Right lane goes 4:89 on a 4:88. CJ Curtis in the left-hand side of the racetrack in El Toro. He's going to be facing Jamie Schuler in the right side. I believe El Toro, I think it's either a Plymouth Valiant or a Barracuda. And Jamie Schuler is in our... Schuler in the rail car on the right-hand side is going to have to chase down CJ Curtis. Curtis making him work for it when 0:17 on the light. CJ Curtis goes 5:66 with a 2 on a 5:64 dial. Right side of the racetrack, you got Joseph Bagwell in the Chevrolet 2 taking on Chris Bumgarner in the Dog, Pontiac left side. Off the line first. Left side goes 008 reaction time, and he is going to pull off the win. And the Dog, Chris Bumgarner, goes 6:01 with an O on a 6:01 dial-in. Left side of the racetrack, Jared Knoll taking on Fred Hagberg in the right side. Hagberg in the rail. 275, 28 no time pairs, 1 through 4, back of the lanes for staging. Jared Knoll, left side, gets the win, 499 with a 5 on a 498 dial in. Fred Hagberg's 50012 on a 497. Coming up next, Brett Buchanan, right side, taking on Todd Sinclair. Once again, 28-275 Outlaws. 28-275 Outlaws, pairs 1 through 4. Need you to the back of the lanes for staging. Your pairings are on the WhatsApp. Pairs 1 through 4. Check the WhatsApp for staging. And come on down to lanes, please. And this is going to be our last pair for Super Pro going down the track of Brett Buchanan and Todd Sinclair. From here, we'll roll into doing a little bit of prep work before we roll into our heads up categories. Sinclair to the left side, looking for a 5.72. Buchanan looking for a 5.01. Reaction time goes to the right-hand side. Can he continue his luck? And yes. Buchanan goes 5-0-0 with a 1. A little too quick. However, left side for Sinclair went even too quicker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to bring out the trackers. We're going to do a little bit of prep work here. Once again, concessions are open. Grab yourself, grab a snack, grab a drink, grab a shirt. The sun's going to go down. It's going to get chilly. So if you didn't come prepared, well, we got clothes we'll sell you for a nominal fee. After track prep, we're going to roll into our Outlaw 275 28-inch first round of eliminations, so you do not want to miss that. These are the quickest cars that we have on the property, so make sure you stick around and come back here for all the action at Carolina Gold. And while we got some downtime, you can actually hear the sound of my voice. Once again, our Radial Tire Racers Association merch booth up there. We got a whole bunch of shirts in the event gear. So you want to go up there and grab some merch, take home a souvenir. I know I got kids at home, so I got about 3 shirts that I need to go buy myself. So if you got people and you said, I'll bring you something, you know you're not going to stop at Buc-ee's on the way home, so you might as well grab something here. Invest in your local community. Once again, 28-275 Outlaws, first round of pairings. Bring them down to lanes, please. 28-275 Outlaws, bring them down, please. All remaining pairs of 28-275 Outlaw. Outlaw 28-275. Need you guys all to lanes for pairing. All remaining pairs of Outlaw 28s and 275. Bring them down, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The first 4 pairs, don't bring them down. Nobody move. Everybody hold tight. But the first 4 pairs for Little Gangsters round 3, you will be on standby. You're going to be called down for pairing very shortly. Please don't move yet, but just let you know. The first 4 pairs for Little Gangsters round 3. Start attaching tow bars, take the battery chargers off, and get them ready. Little Gangsters, pairs 1 through 4. Little Gangsters, round 3, pairs 1 through 4. Bring them down, please, for pairing in the back of the lanes. All remaining Little Gangsters pairs for round 3 eliminations, please proceed to staging lanes for pairing. All remaining Little Gangsters for round 3, please report to the staging lanes for pairing.
I want to go on that side.
Once again, everybody out here, we thank you for being here with us at Shadyside for the 2nd annual Hoosier RTRA Racing Association Carolina Gold here at Shadyside Dragway. Just want to remind everybody, today's presenting sponsor is Hoosier Racing Tires, and we appreciate them being the sponsor for today's event. When everything's on the line, grip, speed, and control, you need a tire that delivers without compromise. That's where Hoosier comes in. Hoosier Racing Tires are engineered to give you max traction, precision handling, and the confidence to push harder and faster lap after lap. Whether you're asphalt racing on the drag strip, dialing in something for autocross, or if you're going out there sliding sideways on the dirt track, Hoosier has a tire to give you the performance edge. So if you're ready to stop guessing, start winning, it's time to bet with Hoosier Tires. Once again, thank you to Hoosier Tires for being the sponsor for today's event. We're pouring water in the water box, and the tractor is heading back up, and I think that can mean only one thing. We're about to go back to racing, and this is going to kick off the first round of our eliminations for 28-inch tire 275, our Outlaw. Joe Robinson of Lil Gangsters. Joe Robinson, I need you to staging lanes, please. Joe Robinson to staging lanes, card number 0084. Joe Robinson to staging lanes, please. And pulling into the water box right now, this is going to be your buy run. The first car down the track for 28-275 Outlaw Radial Tire Racing Association, presented by IRD Racing Carburetors. That right lane is Jason Black. Black was one of your initial Little Gangsters offerings, running in here at the 530 dial-in, trying to get down close to 530 without going any quicker. Jason Black got to take his shakedown for 275, so he got knocked out in the first round of Little Gangsters and was presented the opportunity to jump into this class because, well, they hadn't started their eliminations yet. He said, yeah, let's do it. So on his shakedown, it would appear that Mr. Black has taken the leash off the dog here, if you will. No longer limited by that 530 index. Small block Chevrolet underneath the hood, supercharger. It looked like a little bit of tire smoke coming out of it on the big up there for Mr. Black, but it seems to be dissipating pretty quick. We're going to confirm our suspicions that that was tire smoke and make sure first, before we send anybody on the track, better to be safe than sorry.
Using GoPro will be good. Spoold Media.
And getting a thumbs up. We're going to continue. Here we go. Next pair. Next pair coming into the water. Hold on to your hats if you're on the starting line, because I see zoomies.
You know I don't like being blind about
Another former Lil Gangstas car on the right-hand side of the racetrack, the big box Chevy. And the box Chevy in the right lane is going to face Michael Nell. Last pass, Mr. Nell finally got a hold of this racetrack, and it let everybody in the entire western side of North Carolina let him know. Our neighbors in the South Carolina were calling and complaining about the noise. And Michael Nell is going to face Terrence Whalen in the right side with the Caprice. Both of these cars got 187 on the windshield. I think whoever wins gets to decide, gets to scrape the sticker off of the loser's car. Proline power under the hood of the left-hand side of the racetrack. Turbocharged power under the hood of the right-hand side, the big box Chevy. Nail building the boost, creeping it in. And we got parts flying off of Michael Nail on the left-hand side of the racetrack. He's going to get there first, but there's some body panels, I believe, laying on the top end. We're going to go down there and take a look. Terrence Whalen got a front row seat to one of the best shows here at Shadyside. Street Racer, 630 Street Race. Street Racer. Need you in the back of the lanes for pairing. 630 Street Race. Need you in the back of the lanes for pairing. First call, please. Bring him down. Kick the tires and light the fires. We're going back to racing. Here we go. Kyle Wright in the right-hand side, and El Chapo. He's going to take it out. Dylan Gouge in the left-hand lane. Dylan Gouge in the SN95 Mustang. Zoomies and Nitrous. El Chapo, right-hand side. Zoomies and Nitrous. Kyle Wright kicking the tires hard on the hit and barely making it to the 60-foot cone. Luckily, he gathered up and kept it out of the wall. He's going to watch Dylan Gouge on the left-hand side and move on to round 2 in 28.275. It's going to bring up our next pair, Jeff Shaver in the left-hand side, taking on Nigel Alexander on the right side. I've been saying this was Mr. Pacehour, Sandy Pacehour. I thought it was Kate driving it, but I've been corrected. Nigel Alexander is jumping in the hot seat for the Pacehour camp this weekend. And he's taking on Jeff Shaver in the left-hand side. Problems out of the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Shaver car. Mr. Shaver is out in the car here. We got some smoke coming out from underneath.
Hey, buddy. Hey, we ain't gonna put him too far though, alright?
And Nigel Alexander is going to get to make a solo rip as his competition is broke. Car number 21, 630 Street Racer. Car 21, need you to lanes, please. 630 Street Race to lanes, please. Check all cars, missing one. And Nigel Alexander, right-hand side of the racetrack. And the Par Racing engines equipped. Nigel Alexander making it to just before the 300-foot mark and either cutting the car off or it voluntarily or involuntarily. That looked like it was about to be on a decent pass. Once again, car number 21, 630. Car number 21 for 630 Street Racer. I need you down the lanes. That is Cameron Walls, excuse me. Cameron Walls, need you to lanes for Street Racer.
Only one boozy wings up lower, sorry.
I've been calling Mr. Krabs.
That's the medial boozy wings there, like.
And a pair of Fox bodies about to pull into the water box. That would be Dawson Fain in the right-hand side in the purple flavored, and Jacob Pearson in the bubblegum color in the left side. Pearson is another one of our outcasts, if you will, from the Lil Gangsters category. Got knocked out in the first round. He's up here to take a try. Left-hand side of the racetrack, sitting with the pre-stage bulb lit, waiting for Dawson Fain to start rolling in. Fain rolls in, building the boost. And Jacob Pearson jumped out in front and stayed there. It sounded like right-hand side of the racetrack. A little bit of traction issues. Sounded like it was on and off the throttle there. Not quite sure what happened, but Jacob Pearson's going to move on to the next round. And pulling into the water box on the right side is Josh Turner. Porter on the left-hand side is going to face off against Josh Turner, no relation to the country singer. Danny Porter is going to make sure, try to keep all the doors on. See if he can do it here. And side by side off the line, and Porter is going to pull away on the top end. Little pop comes out of the right side for Turner, and Danny Porter moving on with all the body panels intact, except for the hood, but he didn't start with one, so that works out in his favor. And that is going to bring up our final pair for Outlaw 28-275. What? Do we have one more? I thought there was one more. My mistake, this is a Lil Gangsters first round. I am all messed up, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. This is second round? Third round of Lil Gangsters. They all kind of start blending together near the end of the day here. Third round, Lil Gangsters coming at you. And here we go, right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Carl Cartwright in the wagon, taking on Joe Robinson in the GMC in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Robinson, the left-hand side, got real lucky on his last round. Off the line, slight advantage to Cartwright in the wagon, hanging out front. He's going to stay there and take the win and move on to the next round, and that's going to end the day for Mr. Robinson. So, say hello, Mr. Robinson. Never mind. That's not how the song goes. Moving on. Yeah, so hey, hello, Mr. Robinson. All right, I don't know the song. I don't know the lyrics to Mr. Robinson, so I'm going to spare all of you, and we're going to bring up Jonathan Horn in the right-hand side in the Root Beer Brown SN95. And the left-hand side of the racetrack, we have Grady Underwood. And Jonathan Horn putting the gloves on before he pulls in the beams. Safety first around here. Grady Underwood, left-hand side of the racetrack in the C5. One of our... And Underwood looked like he picked the tire up and kicked it a little bit, set it down and tried to pedal and get back in it. A little bit of smoke, looks like locking the brakes up in the Corvette, trying to get it slowed down. That does not appear to be tire smoke. We're going to go check the top end on the track. The Corvette is coming to a stop on the top end on the left side. Jonathan Horn gets the win there in the Root Beer Brown Mustang. It looks like Corvette has made it off the big end. We're going to double check, have a little chat with him, see what, his malfunction is there. And Big N reporting back. The track is clear. So, Alexa, make race car noises.
Raper and Super Pro. Burr and Pro. Raper.
Okay, maybe he didn't, Zach. You can't do that.
And left side of the racetrack, the big donk without the wheels on it, the big old Impala over there belonging to Shane Speed out of Georgia, takes on John Mankia in the right side, second generation Camaro. Mankia hails from Virginia.
Corey said he didn't have that explicitly written anywhere, though, that was on him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just joking when I said why didn't.
So the big donk bumping in the left side, Mankia following suit. Side by side, Big N says Mankia is going to get the win and send Mr. Speed back to Georgia. We appreciate Mr. Speed bringing that big old Impala out here. That thing is insanely cool to look at. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Daniel Toothman. And the left side is Jeff Allen. In the Camaro. First generation Camaro with the red car, left side. Jeff Allen takes on Daniel Toothman with the big wang on the back of that Fox body with the color shift and wrap, or paint, could be paint, not really sure. On the left side, left Toothman sitting there on the starting line, but Toothman's still going to squeak out the win in the right-hand side of the racetrack. Daniel Toothman moving on to round 4 in Lil Gangsters. The scratch and dent Nova of Chris Richards, or Charles Richards, in the right-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Bobby McNair in the matte black Fox in the left side. So the team of Bobby McNair over here, this vehicle actually belonged to a friend of theirs who unfortunately passed away very recently, and they're out here racing it in his honor. Last week, they runnered-up. This week, they're in round 3. So after this, we're only going to have, I believe, 5 cars remaining. So the 5 cars that have moved on have automatically obtained an invitation into the Ronnie Buff Memorial Lil Gangsters category. And rolling into our street racer category here, Dawson Polly, right-hand side of the racetrack, one-eyed RX-7, taking on Dustin Carroll in the left side. Carroll, make sure the converter is nice and warm.
Here comes baby Gangsters. Make sure you throw these tickets away too.
Wheels up launch for Carroll, side by side at the top end. Survey says Polly, right-hand side of the racetrack, is going to get the win and move on. Pro lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Pro lanes 1 and 2, bring them down for your next round. Once again, pro lanes 1 and 2, bring them down, please. Pro lanes 1 and 2. Right-hand side of the racetrack, we got Cameron Walls taking on Emery Bright in the left side in the Fox body. Cameron Wall is clearing it out on the right side in the Camaro. Emery Bright waiting patiently. Bright giving a nod of approval to his crew as he waits for Walls. Walls making sure all the gas that was in the carburetor, that's old gas. We got to put new gas in it. Walls done changing his gas, and Bright staged. Walls coming in. Here we go. And Stevie Wonder can see Emery Bright way out in front there, is going to get the win and move on to the next round. And James Meredith back up here in the Ford Capri. Probably one of, everywhere he goes, this is the only car, excuse me, everywhere he goes, it's the only one you'll see. And Meredith is going to face off against a street car in the left-hand side being piloted by Tim Lorenz in the Malibu. Wheels up for Lorenz out of the hole, going to try to run him down. Is he going to make something happen? Unfortunately not. James Meredith is going to continue his reign of terror, and we're going to see the Capri back once again. And in the right-hand side of the racetrack, back up again for an exhibition pass. This is Zach Lovingood in the Rotten Banana. Lovingood going to kind of try to represent out here for Truck Wars to show what these trucks are, in fact, capable of without showing too much because, well, clocks are off, you know. Zach Lovingood in the Rotten Banana. Pro, bring them down. Lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Pro, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Once again, Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Bring them down, please. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the sun's getting a little bit low, which means the temperature here is going to drop fast. And if you didn't come prepared and you need a couple more articles of clothing, I know a pretty good place to get one. And this is the trailer that's over there with all the Radial Tire Racers Association flags up there. You can get all your official Carolina Gold merch. So head over there to the RTRA merch booth and pick yourself up some swag. While you're up there, you can go over to the concessions, grab a drink, grab a snack. And we're going to make our way into our next round of pro bracket racing, followed by super pro. And after this, this will close out the opportunity in this round for any more buybacks. So this field of cars is going to get real small, real fast, and it's going to disappear right before your very eyes. And if you want to share the action on track here with all your friends, you want to tell everybody all the cool stuff you got to see this weekend, or maybe you don't want to tell them about it, you want to just show them. We can tell them to go over to Spoold Media on all social media platforms. Spoold Media is the official live feed for Carolina Gold and Shadyside Dragway. And if you love big power, wild builds, and race day adrenaline, you need to be following Spoold Media across all your social media platforms. They're bringing you the hits from the burnout box, wheels up launches, and behind-the-scenes action, the moments that you don't see anywhere else, clean edits, killer angles, and pure motorsports energy. Drivers, teams, and sponsors, if you want your program to be showcased the correct way, Spoold Media turns your horsepower into hard-hitting, high-impact content that gets noticed. The numbers don't lie. You go over there, check out Corey's stuff across all platforms, and you can see he does real numbers on his content and has eyeballs on it. So don't just watch racing, experience it. Follow Spoold Media, show them all the cool stuff that you got to see here today. And also, if you're one of the racers out here, go back, dig through the live feed, or watch the videos that Corey is going to be editing and put together to fully feature this event. And you can see yourself out there doing all the cool stuff, looking like a rock star. I know it's one of my favorite things to do is go back after you're done with an event and sit on the couch and just go back and roll through your phone and look and see what all the stuff that everybody said about you behind your back while you were in a car and you couldn't hear it. So I'm going to have either a bunch of drivers that are real happy with the job that I've done this week, or they're going to be very upset with some of the things that I said about them. Either way, I'm the one with the microphone and they don't have one, so. Pro, once again, pro racers, bring them down to lanes. We're about to roll some cars into the water box and get rolling with this. So pro, I need you to lanes. If you are not down here, you need to get them down, please. Pro, once again, lanes 1 and 2 for pro. And as the sun begins to set behind the hill, behind the track here, the track temperature is going to plummet, the air temperature is going to plummet, and these conditions are going to change drastically. This is going to throw a huge curveball in the program for a lot of these bracket racers who maybe pick their dial in, and now they're sitting in lanes watching the temperature change right before their very eyes. And it's actually going to absolutely going to throw a curveball in a lot of our fast guys, those 28-inch 275 racers. Everybody here. That's just racing in general. The weather affects your tune-up. So it'll be interesting to see how this shapes up and the challenges these racers are going to face. And here we go, round 3 of pro racing action coming at you. 1967 Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack. See that? Takes on a, well, first-gen Camaro. I don't know if it's 67 or 68 because all the identifying marks are deleted. How are you, brother? What's up, man? And while I may not know the name or the year of the car, I know the name of the driver, and that's Adam Buchanan in the left-hand side, taking on Josh Carroll. Camaro on Camaro crime. 68. And Buchanan's going to get there and get the win. 6:18 on a 6:15 dial in for Buchanan. Carroll, it goes a 6:27 on a 6:32. Jordan Philbeck, left-hand side. Late model Silverado is going to take on Ralph DeLoach in the right side. The big Mercury Cougar. And .128 for the left side. And DeLoach goes 0.75 on the light. And going to get the win. Right lane goes 7.11 with an 8 on a 7.07 dial. DeLoach going to move on. And that's going to bring up Corey Dickerson in the right-hand side of the racetrack in the Monte Carlo, taking on Open Face Mopar of Robert Hamrick. I'm going to keep calling it that until the name sticks or until he puts the front end on it. Whichever comes first. So the Open Face Mopar, left-hand side, dial in on a 7.90, taking on Corey Dickerson in the big Monte Carlo with a 7.33. Hamrick with the superior reaction time. Can he hang on to it? Survey says yes. Hamrick goes 7.93 with a 6 to take the win against Corey Dickerson. In the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, Matt Ward on the left side is going to face Noble Evans. Evans in the Fox body tickles the red light and turns it on. And Matt Ward in the left side goes a little too quick, but is still going to hold on to the victory in 6.41 with a 9 at 6:48. Chad Dotson, the left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at 6:14, taking on Dustin Kennedy in the Camaro. Kennedy looking for a 6.72 out of the car. A little bit of a pedal fest up top, and the win's going to go to Chad Dotson, left-hand side of the racetrack. Kennedy, right side, goes too quick. You can hear the turbo spooling on the right-hand side. I believe the weather dropping, that's where the air gets better, and that did not work out in his favor. Dalton Dotson, left side of the racetrack in the Chevrolet Nova, facing Benji Wood in the Chevrolet Nova. I call them Chevy 2s just to be safe. That way everybody can distinguish the difference. But the Chevy 2 on the right-hand side is going to look for something around the 665 area. Be very, very quiet. Dalton Dotson is hunting starting lines. And he found it. And Wood goes way red on the right-hand side of the racetrack and hands the win to Dotson. Do you want me to call Super Pro? Copy that. Will McNair, right-hand side, getting lined up by his crew. He's going to face against the Mopar of Daryl Powell on the left side. In the right lane goes red, and Daryl Powell in the left lane is going to have a free win and move on to the next round and have himself a Mo party in the pits and celebrate. And Andy Chavez in the right side of this beautiful orange Camaro. 1967. Going against Sarah Sinclair on the left side. Sinclair and Chavez both with deep on the windshield, meaning they're going to roll all the way in until only the stage lights are lit. And killer reaction for Sinclair goes 009 in the left-hand side. Can she hold on to the win? Yes, 804 with a 9 on an 80000 dial-in. Chavez, right-hand side of the racetrack, goes 729 with a 6 on 725. Not quite good enough to hold off and reel in the killer reaction time of Sinclair. And Paul Green, left side for the Chevelle, going against Dustin Carroll in the Chevy 2. Green, both low 6-second cars. Green in the teens. And Green getting a little too antsy on the light, hands it over to Carroll. Carroll goes 619 with a 7 on his 26 dial-in. However, Green went red by 200ths. Thus ending Mr. Green's day. And Bobby Houston, right side of the racetrack in the I'm assuming 1949, judging by the number written on the windshield. I always call all these things Mercuries, but I don't believe that is a Mercury. And so I'm going to hold my tongue and just say it looks cool. And he's going to face Steve Wagner, left side. And I believe that is a Plymouth Duster. Yes. And Wagner going to try to run down Mr. Houston. They're side by side staring at each other on the big end, and Wagner is going to go 644 with the 2 on his 43 dial-in and put Mr. Houston on the trailer. Whole shot victory there for Mr. Wagner. And Cameron Stevens, I'm going to go find him in his pits to see if he will sell me the Garfield stuffed toy plushie stuck in the window in the back of it, because I remember those when I was a kid and I always wanted one and never got one. And Robbie Philbick in the right-hand side. And the work truck that's doubling as a race truck, the Lawn Doctor F-150. And Philbick off the line first, and survey says, wagon on the brakes. Is it going to work out? Yes. Cameron Stevens goes 10-19 with an O on a 10-19 dial-in. 9-10 thou off of his dial. Nice run by Mr. Stevens. Robbie Philbick, right side. A little too quick, which is something weird to say about a lawnmower truck. And Alan Furroat in the left side in the Monza wagon takes on Alan Furr in the Chevy 2 right side. third with the better reaction time by quite a bit. It goes 661 on a 650 dial-in, and Farouk goes 643 on a 44. There was almost no making up the ground that Farouk gave him on the starting line there, unfortunately. Super Pro, bring him down. Super Pro, bring them down, please. Lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you down here, lanes 1 and 2. And I almost missed Adam Buchanan. About to put on another show for us. Pay attention, right side. Big wheelie coming up right about now. And Adam Buchanan is going to try to run down Donnie Walker and not going to do it. Well, he does. He just does it too well. Buchanan breaks out on right side. Walker, left side, goes 693 on a 92. And Ken Butler, left-hand side of the racetrack in the Chevrolet Nova, taking on Bobby Buchanan, right side. Butler with the slightly better reaction time and going to hold on to it. Runs 7001 on a 700 dial. Great pass for Butler. And Michael Borich in the left-hand right side of the racetrack taking on Steve Williams. And it looks like Williams camp is having a little bit of issues on the right-hand side. They're shutting it down. Move it closer. And Steve Williams refires it to try again, pulling up the line. Stuck in here. And now looks like we're having a little bit of issues out of the Borich car on the left-hand side. And word on the starting line is left-hand side of the racetrack. Michael Boric is broken. Cannot get that car to refire for some reason. Or They're looking at, we got racers looking up here at the tower. Steve Williams. And Steve Williams goes through at 444s with a 2 on a solo rip, unfortunately for his competition. Coming up next, right-hand side of the racetrack, Noble Evans in the, I believe that is Calypso Green. Fox Body taking on Billy Varner III, left-hand side of the racetrack in the Chevrolet S10. Both cars are in. Evans with the much better reaction time goes 007 on the light for the Fox Body. And not gonna continue the luck. Varner is gonna be able to knock him off. 629 for Varner on his 26 dial in. Evans at the right-hand side of the racetrack scrubbed off a little too much, it looks like. 681 on a 76. Bringing up next, Carl Swain in the right side of the Fox Body, looking for a 623 to Green's 13. Left-hand side for the Chevelle. Green sneaking up on the starting line, left-hand side. Swain waiting patiently. And they left side by side, but that would not be what Green wanted. Green goes a barely red and hands the win over to Swain. Swain goes 628 with a 1 on 623 dial-in. And that brings up the Voodoo Barbecue Machine in the left side with the big John Force burnout of Parker Dotson. Taking on to Justin Coker, right side. The Chevy Love pickup truck. And Justin Coker, right side, going to get the win. Goes 659 with a 2 on his 59 dial-in. Dotson, left side of the racetrack, goes a little bit too quick. And Tucker, right-hand side. Tucker on the right-hand side goes red, and that is very lucky for Chris Reeves on the left-hand side because Reeves looked like it knocked the tires off. So Reeves got very lucky on that one. Going to move on. Robinson, 1929 Model A, left side, taking on Gail Wisnat in the dragster, the right side. Wisnat looking for down in the fours, and Robinson trying to go a little bit more reasonable, about 2 seconds slower. Wisnat double 05 on the light, trying to chase him down and gets there. 4.72 with a 7 on a 72 dial. That is a great pass for Gale in the right-hand side. Robinson, unfortunately, 6.69 on a 65. Not good enough. And Renee Dotson, right-hand side, is going to take on Isaac Bridges. Looking for a pair of 460s, 6.0 for the right side and a 6.9 for Bridges in the left side of the racetrack. Dotson creeping in. Bridges holding strong. Bridges starting to move in. Here we go. 4-second rides coming at you. Top end says 485 for the left lane, 461 with a 9 for the right for Dotson to take the win. Ray Thunderberg in the C3 Corvette, right side of the racetrack, takes on Will Dotson. Thunderberg on trip 03 red, just 3/10,000ths red, unfortunately for him. And Dotson in the left side of the racetrack was a little bit too quick. However, doesn't really matter because he got the freebie. Jared Noel, the left-handed side in the Mustang, going full sideways out of the water box. Going to face off against Joseph Bagwell in the Chevy 2 in the right-hand side. Bagwell looking for 475. Noel seeking a 98. Bagwell with a better reaction time in the right lane is going to try to run down Noel. Is he going to get there and do it? Yes, he is. Noel goes too quick by 0.04 of a second. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Jamie Schuler, 442 to Lee Crawford. Jamie Schuler tickling the bottom bulb over there, left-hand lane of that last pass. And Lee Crawford is going to get the win on the right-hand side. Goes 4.87 with a 2. Chris Bumgarner, left-hand side of the racetrack in the Dog Pontiac, taking on Tyler Mosley, right side in the rail car. Mosley looking for a 4.52. Wheels up, launch for the Dog. Can he hold on? Unfortunately, not going to be able to. And Dog goes too quick. Time to put the Dog back on the leash. Tyler Mosley is going to move on with a 4.55 with a 4 to his 4.52 dial-in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to finish out this last few cars of Super Pro. We're going to prep the track and 28.275. You guys are on standby. 28.275, you're on standby. You got some time. We still got to spray and drag the track, so nobody panic, but you're on standby. We're going to call you down soon. And Tim Allen, the right-hand side of the racetrack, the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, taking on Cheap Heat of Stevie Dustin, left side, and the Fox body. Dustin in, Allen in, here we go. Stevie Dustin with the better reaction time to Allen's 0.32. And Dustin's going to hold on and go 6.25 and a 9 on a 6.25 dial-in. Allen, unfortunately, that is going to be the end of his day today, at least in Super Pro. Doing battle with Travis Varner. Varner, the right-hand side, goes 6.34 on his 32 dial-in, going to take the win. Dietz, left-hand side of the racetrack, too quick. Bud Humphreys left side, taking on CJ Curtis on the right. Curtis looking for 5.65 out of the, I believe that's a Plymouth Valiant, or could be a Barracuda. Either way, Bud Humphreys in the, well, that wasn't a car that was ever made by a manufacturer, so we just call it a dragster. Curtis on the right side goes red, and Bud Humphreys is going to free run all the way around him. Humphreys Humphreys goes 4:45 on the 7 on his 46 dial. 28,275, no time to lanes, bring them down. 28,275 to lanes. 28,275, no time, bring them down, please. Todd Sinclair, the left-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Brett Buchanan. And I've been informed that as an Anglia on the left-hand side that Mr. Sinclair is piloting. Brett Buchanan, right-hand side of the racetrack. It goes 029 off the light. It goes 4 with a whole bunch of 9s. That's about, I mean, it looks cool on the screen, but he'd probably like to see 499 with an O. But either way, he's going to be happy because he's got a win light. And this will bring up our final car for our Super Pro. Right-hand side of the racetrack, that's Junior Raper in the official pace car of the Indianapolis 500. My grandfather had one of these cars, and it wasn't near as fast as this one because these things came with like 180 horsepower from the factory. And Raper on the back of this car has doubled the tire size and cut the ET in half, and it goes 568 with a 2 on his 567 dial-in, and moving on with an easy buy run into the next round of Super Pro. And that will bring out the sprayer and the tractor, and we're going to glue this thing to the moon from tip to tail, and we're going to get into our 28,275 no-time shootout. I need those racers to lanes. 28,275, start bringing them down, please. Little Gangsters lanes 3 and 4, bring them down. Little Gangsters to lanes 3 and 4. Yes. Jason Black, you're needed in front of the lanes. Jason Black in the front of the lanes, please. The Radial Tire Racing Association apparel booth will be closing soon, so if you want to get your last-minute merch, grab yourself a shirt to remember the fun you had here today, or maybe taking home a souvenir. Head over to the booth and grab it before they close it up. And Jason Black, need you to the front of the lanes, please. Jason Black to the front of the lanes. Lil Gangsters, bring them down, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Lil Gangsters, bring them down. Lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Little Gangsters, lanes 3 and 4. Little Gangsters, bring them down, please. Little Gangsters to lanes 3 and 4. And parking the tractor, it looks like we're going to go back to racing action. And if you are not somewhere where you can see, I suggest you get there because these are the quickest cars on the property. And it's going to be rowdy. Our first pair up, pulling into the water box momentarily, is going to be in the right-hand side of the racetrack. You have Michael Nail. And Michael Nail has a competition by his competitor Jason Black in that third-generation Camaro that let out the smoke on the top end. Unfortunately, he's not going to make the call to lanes. So Michael Nail is going to get reports, elect to just break the beams in order to save it. When you operate a program at this level, every run costs you quite a bit of money. So any wear and tear that you can eliminate is always a good thing. And with that, Michael Nail will advance on to the next round. And Dylan George, left-hand side of the racetrack, in the red SA95 is going to face off against Nigel Alexander in the Pace Hour owned. Jordan Tuck, left-hand side, lining up Nigel. Dylan Gouge in the left-hand side of the Nitrous SN95. He is going to try to put up the biggest fight that he can against Nigel, and Nigel is going to take it to him as well. This should be a barn burner of a race. Here we go, coming at you. Dylan Gouge in the left-hand side of the racetrack taking on Nigel Alexander for 28,275 Outlaw here at Carolina Gold. And the second Nigel Alexander tried to get on the trans brake in the right-hand side. The trans brake did not hold and immediately went into full power. And that's going to hand the win over to Dylan Gouge in the left-hand side. And if you're playing along at home, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take a drink because Danny Porter knocked the hat off in the burnout box with the Zoomies. Woo! I've been waiting all day for it. Man, Danny Porter's been putting in laps all day today, and everybody's been holding onto their hats and plugging their ears and finally got to see one. He's like, hey, I might not send the doors into the stratosphere for you today, but I'll knock that kid's hat clean off of his head. Danny Porter getting lined up. He's taking on Jacob Pearson in the right-hand side of the racetrack. A Little Gangsters entry that's going around here in 28-275. Jacob Pearson's going to have his work cut out for him against Mr. Porter. 28-27, Street Racer. Need you to lanes. Dawson Pauly to the lanes. Dawson Pauly, bring it down. Need you to lanes, please. Danny Porter's in. Pearson's coming. And Danny Porter going to tote the tires to about the 100-foot mark and hang on to the win. And Jacob Pearson got a front row seat to a very loud pass on Mr. Porter. Once again, Dawson Pauly, I need you to lanes for your next round of Street Racer. Dawson Pauly, 6:30, 2 lanes.
I'm not looking at him, I'm just like... I want to go see all the heavy hitters.
And this is going to bring out our Little Gangsters, round number 4. The Scratch and Dent Nova on the right-hand side of the racetrack. This is Charles Richards. He has the bye run. And Richards sounded like he was staying in it well past, trying to take full advantage of the run there. And our next pair coming up, Daniel Toothpin, left-hand side in the Fox body, taking on Carl Cartwright in the wagon on the right side. Complete with tractor flap on the downpipe. Houston looks like it's out in front just a little bit. See how this shapes up. And Daniel Toothman is going to get the win. Toothman is going to move on to the next round of Lil Gangsters, and that will bring out Jonathan Horn and John Mankia. Mankia on the right-hand side, hailing from Virginia in the second-generation Camaro, facing off against the Root Beer Brown SN95 of Jonathan Horn. Mankia, one of the few cars on the property that not only can he come out here and run the numbers that he needs to compete with the Lil Gangsters, he can do it and then swap out the tires on the back and hit the road and drive this thing well over 1,000 miles. Look across the windshield on the banner on that thing. Every one of those events, those numbers that he's completed for Drag Week and Sick Week, minimum 600 to 700 miles on every single one of those trips. So you can do the math and count up how many street miles this car has racked up. But street miles do not matter here in Lil Gangsters as he faces Jonathan Horn in the left-hand side, and Horn is going to try to send Mankia packing back to Virginia here. Side by side off the line, top end says, Mankia says, nope, I'm holding on, I'm sticking around. I'm going on to the next round, and he puts Jonathan Horn on the trailer. And this is our 630 Street Racers. 630 Street Racers. This is James Meredith taking on Emery Bright. James Meredith in the Capri on the left-hand side taking on Emery Bright. It sounded like a little bit of games playing on the top end there, and not going to work out in the favor of Bright. And we're going to see James Meredith in the Capri in the final, where he will face Dawson Pauly. Pauly waiting back there at the head of the lanes to see whether or not he's going to take his bye run. Attention in the pits, Pro. I need Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Pro, bring them down, lanes 1 and 2. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. And coming up to the lanes, left-hand side, Dawson Pauly in the one-eyed RX-7. Taking his bye run. And heading right back to the pits. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, need you now. Bring them down. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, need you now. And here we go. We're rolling into continuing our pro eliminations, pro category. We got drivers getting suited up in the staging lanes. They're going to continue on with our bracket action, kicking off right now with our pro category. Super Pro, Super Pro. Start bringing them down to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4, please. Adam Buchanan, left-hand side of the racetrack, and the Camaro takes on Ralph DeLoach on the right side. I just called him. Yeah, I called him once he pulled in the water. DeLoach in deep. Buchanan coming in. DeLoach gonna go red, and Buchanan is gonna move on. Buchanan goes 618 on a 16 dial. DeLoach goes 032 red. Dalton Dotson, right hand side of the track, taking on Dustin Carroll. A couple of 620 contenders here. Dotson, fully staged. Carroll creeping in. And Wheels wheels up out of the machine in the right-hand side for Carroll. And not only is it pretty, it's winning. 622 with an O on his 620 dial for Dustin Carroll. Dotson goes too quick. Goes to 27 on that 29 dial. And that'll bring up Matt Ward in the right-hand side of the racetrack, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Robert Hamrick, left-hand side in the open-face Mopar. Sitting on a 791 dial in. Matt Ward in the Camaro wants a 645. Ward coming in deep. And Hamrick following him in there. Hamrick goes red. But Matt Ward also goes red, but Hamrick did it first. And Ward's going to go through 652 with a 6 on his 45 dial.
And maybe he plans to, they got just
Daryl Powell in the left side. Finished up his Mo party in the pits, went in. He's up here to hang out with Chad Dotson on the racetrack. Dotson looking for a 614 out of the Chevy Nova on the left side. Powell walking it in, staging deep. First off the line for Powell, wheels up for both cars. Playing a little top-end games there, trying to drive it to the stripe. Daryl Powell not going to get it done. Chad Dotson goes at 621 with a 5 on his 14 dial-in to continue on. For those of you trying to figure out what we're doing right now, we got a little bit of an issue with the left-hand lane, the ET, the mile an hour. We're trying to get that fixed real quick. It read the last pass accurately, and then basically the check engine light of the timing system popped on. So we're trying to fix this real quick, and we'll be back momentarily.
would be cool. Would you ever go to Warren Woods? Dude, that would be awesome. They just crash all the time. They crash like 8-time race. No race like that. They stay like this, one on each side, and
The gentleman in this staging lane, or the water box here, the wagon on the right-hand side, I don't know if you know this or not. You hopefully got a good battery. Your headlights are still on. I would hate for you to sit here and wait for us to fix the timing system and then go to start that thing and then, okay, cool. Maybe it's still running, I just can't hear it. It probably is. He's got the heat going. Yeah, smart man. And also, while there's some downtime, please ask him if I can buy the Garfield in the back window. No deal, they said. Dang it. All right, well, I'll go find my own.
Charger F4X. That's like Leadus. Probably make comparable power.
All right, getting reports that we are good to go. We're going to clear the top end of the racetrack and we're going to get back to racing momentarily. Cameron Stevens in the right-hand side of the racetrack is selfish and won't let me have his Garfield, but he's still in competition, so I'll let it slide. Stevens is looking for a 10-18 dial in the right-hand side, and Wagner, left side of the racetrack in the Mopar, wants a 6-4 with a 0. .015 for Cameron in the right-hand side, and Wagner says 064. Wagner's got some work to do, and go to work he does, and Wagner goes 641 with a 3 on a 640 dial-in to move on and send home the wagon of Cameron Stevens. Alan Furr, the right-hand side of the racetrack, completes the burnout in the Chevrolet 2. Going up against Sarah Sinclair in the red Chevrolet S10 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Sinclair looking for an 8 flat. Super Pro, I believe you are all in lanes, but if you're not, please bring them down. Super Pro, get to the lanes. I haven't heard anybody yelling at me to bring you down, so I'm assuming you all listened the first time. I appreciate that. Sinclair, stage deep. Here comes the tree. And Sinclair and the luck. I don't want to take away anything from Sarah Sinclair. I'm not going to call it luck, but her victories continue, and she's going to move on to the next round. Alan Furr goes red on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And left-hand lane having a little bit of issue with the timing system. We're going to run down there and check it once again. So we're going to hold them up momentarily. Brief pause for racing action. Here we go, we're going back. We are clear from the top end of the racetrack, and we're gonna get back to racing action. We got temperatures dropping fast, so we gotta get these cars moving if we wanna get this done this evening. We appreciate everybody's patience as we work through this. Right-hand side of the racetrack, got Bobby Buchanan taking on Billy Varner in the Chevrolet S10. Bobby Buchanan right side looking for a 5 flat. Billy Varner on the left side trying to go 625 in the S10. Varner pre-stage, pumping the brakes, walking it in. Buchanan following him. Toting the tires on the left-hand side for the S10, and Buchanan not going to be able to catch him, and Varner's going to go 627 with a 1. At 105 on his 625 dial-in. Carl Swain, right-hand side of the 4-eye Fox body. Is pulling up to grab a lane against Ken Butler. Time from the right-hand side of Swain. Swain's going to try to chase down Butler. Is he going to make it happen? Yeah, he does. Swain goes 643 on a 624 dial-in. Both cars drastically off the pace. They're playing a little bit of side-by-side games up there, looking at each other, hitting the brakes, hitting the gas, trying to figure out who's going to lift first. A couple of rails coming up here. Will Dotson the right-hand side, taking on Gail Wisnant on the left side. Wisnant on the right-hand side is going to go too quick by 4 thou and hand the win over to Will Dotson. Dotson's going to move on 463 with a 5 and a 461 dial-in, and that's going to bring up the cheap heat Fox body on the left-hand side, taking on the Chevy Love truck and Justin Coker. Stevie Dutson piling the cheap heat. Up off the line for Coker, the right side, and Can he hold on? No, unfortunately, Cheap Heap going to come around and go 6-2-6 with a 2 on a 6:26 dial-in. Stevie Dustin moving on. Corvettes of Raper and Reeves running down the racetrack. And Raper on the right-hand side of the track is going to get it done. Gets there 5.67 with a 4. Reeves on the left-hand side of the track is too quick. What's up, man? Left side, Chris Reeves in the Mopar taking on, oh, excuse me, that was the last pass. I went full Ron Burgundy there. I just read what's in front of me. Donnie Walker on the left-hand side of the Mopar, looking for 692. Steve Williams on the right side, looking for a 439. Steve Williams is going to have to try to control his nerves as he watches Donnie Walker run down. Walker left side with the better reaction time, and Stevie Williams is going to try to chase him down and not going to make it happen. Walker in the Mopar moving on. 28.275, 28.275, no time. 28.275, bring him to lanes, please. Bring him down to lanes. This is your call to lanes. 28.275, bring him to lanes. Humphreys in the left-hand side of the racetrack in the blue car takes on Lee Crawford in the somewhat blue but mostly black car on the right-hand side. Crawford going to get the head start, and Humphreys going to try to meet him in about 660 feet. Humphreys shutting it down early because he sees the green light flashing in his lane. Lee Crawford too quick on the tree. Crawford goes 6th out red to hand the win over to Bud Humphreys. Coming up next, we got Renee Dotson in the right side taking on Tyler Mosley. 28.275, 28.275, bring them down. 28.275, bring them down, please. Lanes 1 and 2, 28.275, lanes 1 and 2 will take you. Mosley the left side, Dotson the right. Mosley with a 52 dial in, Dotson sitting on a 460. Reaction for Mosley in the left-hand side. Survey says 452 with a 3 for Mosley to move on. Renee Dotson goes too quick. Rounding out this round of Super Pro, Joseph Bagwell, Chevy 2 Nova on the right-hand side, and Travis Varner, left side. Bagwell bumping in, and Varner following him. Varner gonna get the head start. 0-0 for Varner. Bagwell goes 0-5, trying to make up the room, and not gonna do it. Travis Varner moving on with his 6.31. A little too quick, but not as quick as Bagwell. 28.275, bring them down. We are gluing the track for you, so bring them down. 28.275, we need you to the lanes. If I were a betting man, I would bet if I was a Lil Gangstas car, I would be getting ready to come back down here pretty soon.
No time 275, no time 275. Track prep getting underway right now. I know it's a quick turnaround for you guys, but as you can tell, it is getting colder by the second. So we're going to try to get you guys spun around here. I'll need Lil Gangstas after that, and then Street Racer. We'll be back around to pro right after that. We're going to push you guys hard. Zach's putting the track prep down. I feel very confident in the track right now, even though it is getting cold. Several cars dead on the dial and fast. We're going to put it down here for the Outlaw 275 class. We're going to see Danny Porter taking on Dylan Gouge. Michael Nail going to have the bye, but not taking it.
Lil Gangsters and Street Racer 630, bring them down. I need 28,275. I see 2 of them. I believe they're all in there. But let's bring down all of our Little Gangsters and our remaining Street Racer 630 Street Racer. Bring them down the lanes, please. Once again, Lil Gangsters and 630 Street Racer need you to lanes. Lil Gangsters and 630 Street Racer to lanes, please. And I'm getting to report that we have everybody, so you are waiting on us, and that will be wrapped up here momentarily. We're going to get back to our racing action, kicking it off right now with 28,275 Outlaw. And the tractor is getting parked, and we got drivers that should be getting suited up here momentarily, and we're going to go back to racing action. And here we go. I see fuel being poured down the throat of the ride of Mr. Danny Porter, which can mean only one thing. He's going to try to send some hats into the atmosphere. Danny Porter is going to face Dylan Gouge in the right-hand side. And hats held tight. As Danny Porter and Dylan Gouge complete the burnouts, and they're backing up to figure out who is going to have to face Michael Nell in the final. Michael Nell drew the bye for this round, which means he has a free pass into the finals. Dylan Gouge getting lined up in the right-hand side, setting the nitrous bottle pressure. Here we go. Danny Porter, big black Camaro, blower. Side by side, top end says Danny Porter gonna get the W. Moving on to the final to face Mr. Michael Nell in 28.275 here at Carolina Gold, presented by Hoosier Tires. Drivers getting suited up right now, and we're moving on to our semifinals for our Lil Gangsters. And Mr. Richards in the scratch and Nova. Right-hand side of the racetrack, making a solo rip. A lot of sparks coming out of the top end. That was a lot of sparks coming out of the top end. Not sure if something's scraping on there. Probably a piece of exhaust blew off the car or something like that, scraped underneath there. We're going to go up there and check the top end of the track real quick. So Charles Richard with the bye run there. You're probably scratching your head wondering, how did that guy get 2 buy runs in a row? Well, fortunately for Mr. Richards, everybody that is still remaining in Lil Gangstas competition, including the 2 cars behind you in the water box, also drew buy runs during this. So literally everyone got a buy run at some point, and he just ended up with an additional. So he got to make the solo trip that round. Unfortunately for him, looks like something came off the car. So hopefully he can get it patched up, and there's nothing too terribly wrong with it, and we'll see him back up here in the finals. We are clear on the top end, so we're going to go back to racing. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down, please. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, let's bring them down. And we're going back. Here we go. Suit them up, drivers. Left side of the racetrack, John Mankia. Second generation Camaro taking on that Toothman in the right-hand side. Daniel Toothman, the big Wang equipped Fox body, right-hand side of the racetrack. Was out here last week, putting in a whole lot of laps for Lil Gangstas trim. And it is paying off in spades. One of the things these Lil Gangstas racers that are here today are going to benefit from greatly is if you were here last week, you were here yesterday, and you're here today, you're getting such a wide range of conditions on this track, so that when it comes time to come here for the Ronnie Buff Memorial, these guys are going to have so many laps on the board in all these different conditions. They'll have a significant advantage for playing here at the home field, I think. Mankia and Toothman trying to figure out who's going to face with up against Chris Richards in the final. Here we go. And Toothman not going to be happy. Goes red and hands the win over to Mankia. John Mankia going on to the final in Lil Gangstas to face off against Charles Richards. And rolling into the water box, this is your final for 630 Street Racer. 630 Street Race presented by Barrett Shock Motorsports and Motion Raceworks. Your finalists are Dawson Pauly in the left-hand side of the racetrack, the one-eyed RX-7. And Pauly taking on the Ford Capri in the right-hand side. That's James Meredith. Finally, it's not a Camaro and it's not a Mustang. A little bit of variety, and variety, ladies and gentlemen, is the spice of life. It's also paprika. I don't know, you know what paprika is? What do you think paprika is? A sauce? No, paprika is not a sauce, it is a spice, and it's delicious. Side by side, playing the pedal fest. Survey says Dawson Pauly going to take the win in our 630 Street Race presented by Barrett Shock Motorsports and Motion Raceworks. Congratulations to Dawson Pauly. James Meredith not going home empty-handed, gonna take home a little bit of cash for the Capri. Pro, we need you to lanes. We're missing one of you. Pro, come to lanes. Super Pro, I would start getting ready to bring them down. Super Pro, be ready to bring them down. Lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro. 3 and 4. I hope they're ready. Super Pro, once again, lanes 3 and 4, bring them down. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Our pro contenders are rolling into the water. Adam Buchanan in the left side in the purple Camaro is going to square up against Dustin Carroll in the right-hand side. A couple of 620s here, 621 left side and 20 flat for Carroll. Buchanan in, here comes Carroll, and here come the lights. Better reaction for Carroll on the right-hand side, playing the pedal fest up top. Who's going to get there? Carroll, 624 with a 5 on a 620 dial-in. That was a race that was won on the tree. Buchanan goes 621 with a 4 on his 21 dial-in. Unfortunately, the reaction time is the deciding factor in that one. Right-hand side, we have Sarah Sinclair, the Chevrolet S10. Wait for Steve Wagner on the left side. Sinclair in, waiting on Wagner. Wagner rolling it in, nice and easy. Sinclair goes deep. Here comes the tree. 073 for Sinclair, 067 for Wagner. Can he continue and catch her? Yes, he does. 642 for Wagner. Sinclair breaks out, trying to make up the space. Matt Ward in the right-hand side of the racetrack takes on Chad Dotson left side. Ward looking for a 659 to Dotson 614. Dotson left-hand side with the better reaction time. And right lane falls silent. Dotson rolls through 639 on 614. And Chad Dotson will move on to the next round. Will Dotson, left-hand side in the rail car, taking on Junior Raper, the right side. Dotson going to try and chase down the Corvette. Can he do it? Yes. And Will Dotson goes 6:39 on a 4:639 on a 462. Carl Swain, right side, looking for a 6:28, and Travis Varner on the left side in the S10 wants a 6:31. It's pretty close numbers. This should be a good side-by-side drag race here. Wheels up, launches side by side. Right hand side gets a little bit better on the tree, and the luck continues for Carl Swain going down the track, and he goes 6:32 with an O on his 28. And burnouts for distance in the left hand side. That's Tyler Mosley. Stevie Dustin completes the burnout. Not quite the distance as Mosley. Mosley got the pre-stage lit. And Mosley's got some work to do. Right lane went 006 on the light, and yeah, hard to make that up. Stevie Dustin goes 6:27 with a 4 on his 26 dial and went 006 on the tree. And Stevie Dustin is moving on. Black Mopar on the left side is Donnie Walker as he waits for Bud Humphreys to line up his rail car on the right-hand side. Humphreys looking for a 450 in the right side, and Walker looking something around 694. And wheels up for Walker, and Humphreys, the right side, has some trouble and aborts the run. And Walker left side goes through 696 and a 694 dial. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro lanes run and 2, pro lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. We're gonna run you all once again. We're gonna go through our pro and super pro one more time before we cut into our finals for 28-275 and Lil Gangsters. So pro racers, pro, start bringing them back down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro, once again, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Billy Varner III on the left-hand side, making his by run with wheels up launch. Varner's going to go through 6:26 with a 7. Pro racers, need your lanes. Pro, next round of pro, bring them down, please. Pro to the lane. Hey. On the starting line, we need you guys back out the starting line. We're just getting pictures of Mr. Pauly here. Thank you guys, appreciate it. We are still gonna be racing today. So we don't wanna get too much foot traffic on this starting line, so appreciate everybody's patience with us here. We are still filling the lanes with our next round of competition, so we're gonna go ahead and capitalize on this as Mr. Pauly does his supermodel position. Yes, perfect, work it, there you go. And as you can see, Dawson Pauly is an incredibly humble young man. And we appreciate him coming out here and competing. Super Pro, bring him down. Please stay towards the back of lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, kind of keep a little bit of space and we don't get too tangled up. We only got a few cars left in Pro, but we don't want anybody intermingling in the back of the lanes, any confusion. So Super Pro, start to bring them down, please. Super Pro, once again, bring them down.
And here we go. My man Ryan's doing a great job up here, and he's gonna let me hop on with him. Left side gonna be Steve Wagner, dialed 643. In the Mopar, gonna take on Bad Chad, Chatty Daddy. He's dialed 614, going in deep. I talked to Chad last night. Said he done got him a little bit of motor work done. He done picked that thing up. Pair of bad dudes right here coming at you. Looking for a spot in the finals against Dustin Carroll. Super Pro, you should be here. Super Pro, you should be here. And Chatty Daddy in full control. Top end. Bad Chad Dotson. 12, get behind to be 2 above. Left side Wagner. 38, take 25. To be under 26, thou had no chance. And the by-car, Dustin Carroll out of Olar, South Carolina. Dialed 620 in the Chevy 2. Dusty done throw some 28s on that thing to run 630 this weekend. Super Pro, you should be here. Super Pro, you should be here. Justin Carroll, 30 and 13 thou under. Gonna move on to the finals against Bad Chad Dotson. Once again, Super Pro, you should be here. Super Pro, you should be here.
All right, I just got schooled and just realized I know absolutely nothing about bracket lingo. That was a lesson, and I need to go brush up on a whole lot of stuff the next time I come back out here. Thank you for the education. Here we go. I need Lil Gangsters and my no time finals. Lil Gangsters and no time finals. I need you down to lanes. I think I have half of each. Super Pro, I'm missing one. I need you down here. Super Pro, missing one. Cancel that. We have all of our Super Pro, Little Gangsters finals, and no time. 28-275, bring them down. Carl Swain, the right-hand side of the racetrack in the white Fox body, is about to begin his burnout. Dialed in at 628. He's going to face off against Will Dotson in the rail on the left-hand side. Dotson backing up. Swain giving him the time to finish. Reversing. It takes a while to back up one of those cars. They're really long. Dotson left side, dialed in 462. Swain with a 628. Swain going in first, Dotson following him. Center light to the right-hand lane. Swain, can he hold him off? Yes. Carl Swain moves on. 629 with a 5 on a 628 dial-in. Dotson is going home. Donnie Walker, right side, sitting on 694 dial-in, taking on Billy Varner. Walker goes 002 with a 9 on the light. And Varner's got his work cut out for him, not going to make it happen.
He's 6 total, 2 dead.
6 total, 2 dead, 4. I don't know what that means. I was told to say it, and I'm just repeating what I'm told. But I'm learning up here. I'm learning to speak the lingo a little bit. A little late in the day to be teaching me, but this guy's been busy doing wheelies all day, so. It's Stevie Dustin, right-hand side of the racetrack, on a solo pass in the cheap heat, dialed in 626.
Sidewinder.
He's 13 dead, 2 is 15 total.
And Stevie Dustin, what?
13 dead, 2.
13 dead, 2, 15 total for Dustin in the cheap heat. $28,275. We need you down the lanes. Looking for Michael Nell. Need you to lanes, please, for your final. Michael Nell. Call it lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear the sound of my voice, if you are still on property, we appreciate you guys sticking with us through the cold, but we have a special treat for you. This is our 28-275 finals, and it's going to be a very, very loud one. Michael Nell on the right-hand side of the racetrack drew a competition by and then drew the bye run last round and got a free shot into the finals. Struggled a little bit during testing and finally was able to put something together. And the pro line billet Hemi in the right-hand side of the racetrack is going to take on the blown big block Chevrolet in the left-hand side of Danny Porter. Here we go, 28-275 finals for Carolina Gold, the second annual running of it, presented by Hoosier Tires. Danny Porter on the left-hand side of the racetrack, second generation Camaro, is going to take on Michael Nail on the right side in Clyde. Danny Porter double balled in bull strategy, not going to work out in his favor, but enforcing the courtesy staging. Hey, here we go. Gonna get there first, and he is your 28-275 winner for Carolina Gold, presented by Hoosier Racing Tires. Congratulations, Michael Nail and Clyde in the camp. And rolling through the water right now is your Lil Gangstas final. John Mankia on the right-hand side in the second-generation Camaro is going to face off against the Stratch and Dent Nova on the left-hand side. Charles Richards, left-hand side, the Scratch and Dent Chevrolet Nova. Taking on John Mankia on the right-hand side. Charles Richards would like to use a little bit of his winnings upright to knock some of the dents out on the right side of this. Maybe just put a headlight in it and call it good. Come back out here to King of the South because both of these cars, along with 600 entries, are in for the Ronnie Buff Memorial King of the South race. The Lil Gangstas category coming up. $15,000 a win on 2 different days. So not only are they going to take home some cash today, they have the opportunity to come in and make a whole lot more next month. Mankia, right-hand side of the racetrack. Richards, purging the nitrous, setting the bottle pressure. Mankia going to start creeping up. Nitrous versus turbo. Here we go, Lil Gangstas final, presented by Strange Engineering, coming at you right now. Side by side off the line, Mankia out front. Can he hold on, or is he going to dump it? Mankia goes through the right-hand side of the racetrack and takes the win. John Mankia is your Strange Engineering Lil Gangstas winner for Carolina Gold, presented by Hoosier Tires. Pro and Super Pro. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, I'll take you down now. And Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4, bring them down. Pro, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, 3 and 4. And as we're loading up the Pro and Super Pro, Pro lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 3 and 4, Pro lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. Racers, if you're going to come down into the lanes, please try to keep the staging lanes clear. We do still have a race going. Pro and Super Pro, bring them down. And right-hand side of the racetrack is Oakley Humphreys in the junior dragster. This young man's been waiting around all day. Promised that he would get a shot at this racetrack. He said, I want to go and party with the big boys. And he's been hanging around all day, patiently waiting. And while we have some downtime to load in our Pro and Super Pro, we're going to give him an opportunity to make a rip. Oakley Humphreys getting the fire lit in the little single cylinder in the back of the junior dragster. Hey, Oakley Humphreys taking the tree. 0.21 on the line for Humphreys. Top end says 7.69 with a 9 at 84.25 miles per hour. For that young man, we appreciate you waiting around all day long. We know it was not easy, especially in this cold. A Super Pro action coming at you in the final rounds. This is not the final, but we're getting down in there. This is the semis. Carl Swain in the left side, 629 dial in. He's taking on Stevie Dustin in the right side in the cheap heap in the 634. Here we go, Carl Swain, 629. Stevie Dustin, 634. And Dustin goes red on the right side. Swain, left-hand side of the racetrack, 628 on a 29. Taking his bye run. He's going to face off against Carl Swain in the final for Super Pro. And your pro final. I was told to call this man Bad Chad Datson in the left-hand side, taking on Dustin Carroll on the right side. Carroll looking at a 620. Bad Chad over there looking for a 614 in the Nova. And Carroll gonna hand it over to Dotson. Dustin Carroll, right-hand side of the racetrack, is going to go red by one. I'm trying to remember how to say this language. 2 in 10 thousandths? Is that the right way to say it? You know, listen, 0.001 red for Dustin Carroll on the right-hand side of the racetrack. But you know what? That's not important. Congratulations to Chad Dotson. He is your pro winner on the left-hand side of the racetrack. 615 on a 614 dial. Yes, they can.
Thank you.
Super Pro Finals. This is first call to lanes. If you are ready, please bring them down. Super Pro Finals. Let's finish this out strong. Super Pro final of the lanes, missing one of you. Looking for the opponent. And here it comes the final. This is going to be the last pass for Carolina Gold, presented by Hoosier Tires. This is going to be your pro final, coming at you momentarily as soon as our drivers are suited up and ready. And here comes your final. Justin Carroll on the right-hand side of the race. Oh, that's the last pass, man. Again, that teleprompter, I'll tell you what, you put it in front of me, I'm just gonna go. I got 2 speeds, 0 and this. And this, in the right-hand side of the racetrack, is Carl Swain. On a 625 dial in for Swain. Left side of the racetrack is Donnie Walker. 694 for Walker. Donnie Walker's in. Swain, bumping in. Here we go. Swain goes 003 on the light, trying to chase down Walker. Can he get there? He's gonna do it. Carl Swain goes 631 on a 29, 003 on the light. I was told how to say this correctly, and I cannot do it, so I'm not even gonna try to butcher it. Donnie Walker, left side, goes 695 with a 1 on a 94. So congratulations to Carl Swain, and thank you from all of us to everybody who stuck out for the long haul here at Carolina Gold, presented by Hoosier Tires. That is going to complete us, and from all of us here at Shadyside, thank you very much for coming out, and we'll see you guys next time. Everybody drive safe.